All right.
Luckily, I'm aware of one part in the game where the game baits you into accidentally forcing yourself into a romance route that you probably don't want. So I'll call it out when we get there.
Is there like a? Is it like Gale in Baldur's Gate 3 where there's a point where you just end up dating a certain character even if you like try not to or something?
Yes, there's a scene where a character is having like a mental breakdown, and you try to comfort them, and if you hit comfort instead of refuse, you're locked into her as your option.
Wow, that is weird. I do know
Guess
that
you'll just have to be an asshole.
I do know that this game is they do like the various disabilities are addressed like accurately, and it's not just a case of best thing to do on each route is coddle the girl. You have like you gotta treat them like a person.
Yeah.
Hey Sylvia, hey Bun Bun. Play Katawa
Yeah.
Shoujo, which all I know about it is that pretty much what everybody knows about it. There's dogs apparently.
They put Pokemon Snap and Honkai Star. Really?
You can take photos in Honkai Star Rail now.
I mean, you could take photos in Genshin, but now it sounds like they did something a little more involved. I mean, they put prop hunt in Genshin, so.
Yeah, so the characters are disabled in certain ways, but their character is significantly more than their disability. The disability is just sort of like... The best way I can think of to describe it from what I know is that the disability is pretty much just like part of their backstory, and it's not meant to be a central part of their character. It's just something they have.
There's a bit of a funny tonal whiplash thing where the game is like, disabled people are more than their disabilities. All the memes about the game are about making fun of their disabilities.
Yeah, that's the means though. I also know that Katawa Shoujo has an odd translation, as in what it actually means.
I never knew what it meant.
I'll just say this: it's not particularly okay to say. They kept it like that because it was more unique, but it essentially means cripple girls.
I do see that.
Yeah. Anyway, enough about memeing about the game. Let's actually play it and see it, like what's actually in it. I have disable adult content obviously activated, and yeah, that's the settings.
Why would one setting be skip unread text?
I don't know. I think they do that. I think they do that in case, like, I don't know, you're playing the game but you've seen it played before or something. I don't know.
Probably.
Oh no, the branches are naked. Banned on Twitch.
Probably if you've played the game before and you're replaying it after deleting it.
The game is also I got this one from Itch.io. It's coming out on Steam in about a week. So.
But it's been available just on its own launcher for over 10 years.
Yeah.
Actually, over like 15 years at this point.
Yeah, it was like one of the like first dating sim visual novels that really took off. A light breeze causes the naked branches overhead to rattle like wooden wind chimes.
Lewd.
Give me a second. I need to
lewd to trees.
I was worried at first because it turns out Twitch does not have this as a as like an option to choose for what you're streaming. But I looked it up and no, it is allowed to be streamed on Twitch. They just don't have it as a category for some reason.
That's weird.
Yeah. This is a popular retreat for couples in the summer. Deciduous trees provide a beautiful green canopy. Do they? Far out of sight.
It's great in the summer. It's obvious we came here not in the summer, although why is to be discovered.
I mean, hey, you during the winter you go somewhere warm. It makes sense that during the summer you go somewhere cold. Deciduous trees provide a beautiful green canopy, far out of sight of teachers and fellow students. But now,
it's the Bangwoods.
but now in late winter, it feels like I'm standing under a pile of kindling.
I mean, I think you would like that considering how fucking cold it must be.
I breathe.
Let me know if you want me to ever stop this snarkness.
No, keep it going. You're fine. I breathe into my cupped hands and rub them together furiously to prevent them from numbing in this cold.
Or put them in your pockets.
Or wear gloves. Yeah. He's Sao. This is one of those dating sims where you have like a specific character, so we could not name ourselves Rymax-kun. Just how long am I expected to wait out here anyway? I'm sure the note said 4 p.m.
Damn non-specific sticky notes.
Ah, yes, the note. Slipped between the pages of my math book while I wasn't looking.
You need a more specific time than 4 p.m. Rhino?
As far as cliches go, I'm more a fan of the letter in the locker, but at least this way shows a bit of initiative.
My question would be, how the fuck did they get it?
But into the I don't know, he wasn't at his desk or something? I don't know.
How you get shit stolen.
Oh no, they stole my math textbook, something I obviously care about.
That shit gets expensive to replace.
I mean, I think this is like high school sort of thing. I don't know if this is college, so they probably don't pay for it. As I ponder the meaning of the note, the snowfall gradually thickens. The snowflakes silently falling from the white-painted sky are the only sign of time passing in this stagnant world.
I do like winter settings like this, but it to me, I think the most eerie thing about winter is not like everything being covered in white and everything being quiet and still. It's when you look up and it's all just white, and I'm just like,
yeah, the
I feel
sky.
like someone forgot the color.
Yeah, with the sky is all white. Yeah.
This definitely takes place in college because you go to a university, and also Rhino, there's porn scenes.
I didn't say when I thought it was.
I was the one who said that. I wasn't sure. Okay, look, it's Japan. Okay.
Don't you correct me? I didn't say shit about the time period.
It's Japan, but it's made by 4 American guys.
Okay, you know what? Fair. Okay.
Just gotta cover their bases.
Their slow descent upon the frozen forest makes it seem like time is slowed to a crawl. The rustling of dry snow underfoot startles me, interrupting the quiet mood. Someone is approaching me from behind, and they have a gun!
I've always thought that's a funny thing about snow, is like, if you're someone that doesn't experience it a lot, you're like, surely it's soft, right? And then in habit, you're like, why the fuck is it crunchy?
Yeah, snow doesn't exist here unless you go up in the mountains.
It's always weird the way snow can be completely different day to day. Like, one day it will be just, soft, you pick it up and it's almost, it's like, it's not as quite as thin as sand, but it like, can slip between your fingers like that. And the next day you scoop it up and it just sits there as a big wet clump.
Well, I was gonna say, isn't fresh snow soft, but then day-old snow gets really clumpy?
Yeah, but depending on the time of year, you'll only get snow for a day, and then it'll be gone for a week. And then it's like, what the fuck? This is November.
Slush.
I do know that the character who is speaking right now is like only here in the opening. So who wants to be random girl?
I'm eating.
Hi, Hisao, you came?
Well, this is the Bangwoods.
A hesitating, barely audible question. I'm eating, says Rhino, as the snark doesn't stop. I can't read text. I gotta read my own shit. However, I recognize the owner of that dainty voice instantly. I feel my heart skip a beat. It's a voice
You're gonna feel a lot more than that in a second.
Yeah. It's a voice I've listened to hundreds of times, but never as more than an eavesdropper to a conversation.
Is it bad I was about to make a joke about what his disability was going to be, and I was like, is it a heart condition?
It actually is.
So if you fall in love, you die?
It literally is. It's not quite like that. It's a visual novel, but yeah.
He talks to a girl, gets so nervous he gets a heart attack. Relatable.
Wait, what? That's it? That's a thing?
I mean, I only know parts of the opening and, like, the names of the girls, but he, like, literally has an actual heart condition. I think it's just at this point he doesn't know yet.
That's why he goes to the disability school, because he has a weak heart.
Well, fuck, I feel bad now.
Nah, don't worry about it. I turn to face this voice, the voice of my dreams, and my heart begins to race.
Geez, we have a choice at all. It seems like you already picked one.
No, she doesn't exist after this point, so don't worry about
Look,
it.
Rhino, I
Wait,
have an Ahoge. I'm the protagonist.
Oh yeah,
Ah.
I forgot their character has a face, but this is like the rare time we see it.
Yeah.
Holy shit, I have a face.
Grabs at face. Oh my god! And Wanako, I got a note telling me to wait here. It was yours? Damn it. I spent all afternoon trying to come up with a good line, and that was the result.
Damn, girl. Like,
Pathetic.
put on something. Not like she's skimpy, but like it's fucking snowing.
Yeah, like she has like
Yeah,
she has a sweater on, but
And
She's wearing
long socks.
like she's not wearing pants or anything.
It's like, how are you surviving up here on this mountain? It's like, well, I have this fantastic invention called pants.
it might be a school uniform or something.
It probably is, but still.
Yes, I asked a friend to give you that note. I'm so glad you got it.
Accomplices.
A shy, joyous smile that makes me so tense I couldn't move a single muscle, even if I tried. I thought it said even if I tired, and I was like, wow,
Even
typos
if
already.
I tired.
Wow, typos already. Nope, I'm just an idiot.
Ah, that's our
That's your
disability.
condition. Dyslexia.
Dyslexia.
Me and Tim were both on it.
My heart is pounding now, as if it were trying to burst out from my chest and claim this girl for itself.
I wasn't joking. He
That is
literally
a hell of an expression there.
he literally just talks to a girl and gets a heart attack.
I know, but like I'm just imagining the heart just marry me.
Well, I mean, that did happen in Adventure Time. I mean, you better not be chewing my blanket over there.
So, here we are, out in the cold with the dogs.
Ah, the wolves approach.
And now we're going to die. Once again, the wind stirs up the branches. The cacophonous noise is music to my ears. Iwanako flinches ever so softly against the gust of wind. As it passes, she rights herself as if supported by some new confidence. Her eyes lock with mine, and she lazily twirls her long dark hair around her finger. All the while...
Okay, quick poll between the two of you. Long hair, short hair?
Long but short is good. It just depends on who's wearing it.
I can go with either.
I tend towards long, but I agree, short can be good. I'm not doing the half and half shave thing.
I will say, like, I don't like when it's like down to your legs. I don't like that long. Like mid back is like the longest I can really stand.
Honestly, I don't know what Max's type is, but I have a hunch that he's gonna end up going for the burn scar girl. That's my guess.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll see. Max admits he tends to like know it when he sees it.
Yeah. Pretty much any game that's ever had like romance options, and even some that haven't, I've like played through it, and then the girl appears, and I just go her.
What other visual novels have you played other than like does Danganronpa
Persona.
count?
I mean,
Because I know there was part-time job like over 10 years ago.
Yeah, we didn't get to do too much in the arcade one. Although I definitely had a type in that one that surprised me.
That is one I want to get back to. I'm trying. There have been a few visual novels that I've played in the past, a few dating sims and whatnot. I can't think of any off the top of my head. They were kind of just ones that I stumbled across. But anyway. All the while, the anxious beating of my heart grows louder.
Let me out! I'm secretly a chest burster. Yeah.
My throat is tight. I doubt I could. Sorry. I don't know why I found that so funny, but I'm just imagining it like, yo, man, my throat is so tight.
This reminds me of another game where it's like someone started describing me. Actually, the people reading were like, "You're having an allergic reaction. You're dying."
Like when in works of fiction where a character, where like this character who's like never experienced love before is like, he like develops a crush on someone and they're like, I must be sick. My heart is beating. My face is red. I feel so warm. I'm having trouble speaking. I must be sick. I must go to the hospital.
Doctor, well, either two things. You're either dying, oh no, or you're in love, oh no.
I don't know. Just I don't know why this reminds me of this, but in like the show Monk, in like the finale, Monk, the character, a detective named Monk who has like OCD and germophobia and whatnot, gets like gets poisoned, and he goes to the hospital, and the doctor is like, well, if we don't come up with an antidote, you will experience it lists various symptoms, then vomiting, followed by death. Is there a chance the death can come before the vomiting? My throat is tight. I doubt I could even force a word out if I tried.
You see, I wanted to know if you'd go out with me?
I stand there motionless, save for my pounding heart. I want to say something in reply, but my vocal cords feel like they've been stretched beyond the breaking point.
Hisao?
I reach up to try to massage my throat, but this only sends spikes of blinding pain along my arms.
Hisao?
My whole body freezes, save for my eyes, which shoot open in terror.
Hisao!
The beating in my chest suddenly stops, and I go weak at the knees.
And that was the first time I died.
The world around me, the canopy of bare branches, the dull winter sky, Iwanako running towards me, all these fade to black.
Wait, how the fuck would this have adult scenes if, like, they have a heart condition?
Oh.
I don't know.
I
Let's
guess
find some good fucking pills later.
I mean, and now that yeah, not like
Now they're like, all right, the adult scene is I do this once and then I die. I had to make sure it's worth it.
I think this is the first time this happens to him, I believe. So I imagine after this he starts like getting treatment. So
All right.
the last things I remember before slipping away are the sounds of Iwanako screaming for help and the incessant clatter of the branches above. All right,
Yeah,
and that's the end of the game. So what you guys think?
I killed him. I was too hot.
Yeah, I think he didn't know he had a heart condition until now.
Yeah,
Pacemaker, maybe. Maybe?
Katawa Shoujo. Syringe!
Yeah, so the guy who initially made that sketch that inspired all this was the guy who made Valkyria Chronicles, if you ever heard of that.
Oh.
Never heard of it. Well, I think I've heard of it, but I know nothing about it.
It was just some random sketch he did of some disabled girls in the back of his completely unrelated story, and people are like, we gotta make a dating sim about these girls.
I mean,
They see that there's like wood.
There's so many, there's so many examples of that where there's like a work that focuses on certain characters, and then everybody's like, oh my god, look at that thing, look at that person in the background for half a second, I love them.
MLP fandom be like,
You know,
end up getting an entire special for the 100th episode about background characters.
Still good.
it was fun. It's been 4 months since my heart attack, and I'm still dead. In that whole time, I could probably count the times I've left this hospital room unsupervised on one hand. 4 months is a pretty long time when you're left alone with your thoughts, so I've had plenty of time to come to terms with my situation. Arrhythmia. I assume that's it.
Yeah, sounds about right.
A strange word, a foreign alien one that you don't want to be in the same room with. A rare condition. It causes the heart to act erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. Apparently, I've had it for a long time. They said it was a miracle that I was able to go on so long without anything happening.
It must have been some sort of girlfriendless loser. And that kept me alive.
Is that really a miracle? I guess it was supposed to make me feel better, more appreciative of my life. It really didn't do anything to cheer me up. My parents, I think, were hit harder by the news than I was. They practically had 2 hemorrhages apiece, and then they were in the hospital. I had already had a full day by then to digest everything.
Nom,
That-
nom, 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 nom.
To them, it was all fresh. They were even willing to
Woo!
sell our house in order to pay for a cure. Luckily, we live in not America, so it didn't cost money. Of course, there isn't a cure. Oh, that's also a thing. I mean, not just way too fast, a slow heart or just a regular heartbeat is also normal. Oh, for arrhythmia? Yeah, but I mean, like, that's what this version of it is, I guess. Because of the late discovery of this condition, I've had to stay at the hospital to recuperate from the treatments. When I was first admitted, it felt as if I was missed. For about a week, my room in the ward was full of flowers, balloons, and cards. But the visitors soon dwindled, and all the get-well gifts began trickling down to nothing shortly after. I realized that the only reason I had gotten so many cards and flowers was because sending me their sympathy had been turned into a class project. Yeah, even when I was, like, in elementary school, when stuff like this happened, my first thought was, but I don't know this person. Aren't they going to realize that they're getting stuff from people who don't know them?
Yeah, I got that impression too whenever I was in the hospital when I was little.
Yeah, you ever think Iwaniko was ever told that he made it?
That's a good...
I imagine they go to the same school, so.
Yeah, they go to the same school, and I imagine she probably visits him.
I imagine like there was a lot of rumors going around. Oh, he's in the hospital, not oh, he's dead.
Yeah, I remember in 3rd grade, there was a girl in a wheelchair in my class, and after a while she did have to go to a hospital, and we got to send her notes, but then after many, many months, we found out she did unfortunately pass in the hospital, and that was my introduction to death as a kid.
Oh boy.
Maybe some people were genuinely concerned, but I doubt it. Even in the beginning, I barely had visitors. By the end of the first month, only my parents came by on a regular basis. Iwaniko was the last to stop visiting. Hey, there you go!
Hey, there you go.
After 6 weeks, I never saw her again. We never had that much to talk about when she visited anyway.
Aw.
We didn't touch the subject that was between us on that snowy day ever again. So, how come as soon
Is
as
that
I
a
could...
no?
The doctors were like, unfortunately, we have to ban you from the hospital. Every time you show up, he gets another heart attack.
You have to wear this nun smock?
That's gonna be scary as hell. Like, imagine you're talking to someone and it's just like, hey, do you want to go out with me? They pause and then they fall over and just need to go to the hospital.
And basically die.
Like, that is like, at the bare minimum, you're gonna be blaming yourself for that for a while.
Yep.
Like, I honestly can't blame her if she's like, yeah, let's not. The hospital? It's not really a place I'd like to live in. The doctors and nurses feel so impersonal and faceless because they wear masks, probably. I guess it's because they're in a hurry and they have a million other patients waiting for them, but it makes me feel uncomfortable. For the first month or so, I asked the head cardiologist every time I saw him for a rough estimate of when I'd be able to leave. He never answered anything in a straightforward way, but told me to wait and see if the treatment and surgeries worked. So I idly observed the scar that those surgeries had left on my chest slowly change its appearance over time, thinking of it as some kind of an omen. I still ask the head cardiologist about leaving, but my expectations are low enough now that I'm not disappointed anymore when I don't get a reply. The way he shuffles around the answer shows that there is at least some hope. At some point, I stopped watching TV. I don't know why, I just did. Sometimes you are so bored that Not even TV is good. Maybe it was the wrong kind of escapism for my situation. It didn't help that the only TV show they allowed me to watch was House.
Do you have an asshole doctor? I feel like he could help me.
I started reading instead. There was a small library at the hospital, although it was more like a storeroom for books. Isn't that just what a library is?
Well, no, storeroom is meant to just keep them somewhere. Library is meant to keep them somewhere and for people to be able to come get some. So, like, presumably it would be arranged in a way where you could actually see what you have.
I began working my way through it, one small stack at a time. After consuming them, I would go back for more.
It's me whenever I was in the hospital and I found out there was a video rental room that had Pokemon episodes.
I thought you were going to say it's when I was in the hospital and I found out they had books made of chocolate, and I consumed them. Nom 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 nom. I found that I liked reading, and I think I even became a bit addicted. I can quit anytime I want. Flip, flip, flip.
Put down the dictionary. Never!
I started feeling naked without a book in my hands. We haven't even gotten to, like, meeting the potential date options, and we've had two metaphors about being naked.
Shrug.
But I loved the stories. I think whenever I was in the hospital, I was never in the hospital long enough.
Sorry, I cut you off there. What'd you say?
Huh. That was weird. I was never in the hospital long enough to, like, need any sort of entertainment. I usually was just asleep, and then I woke up, and they were like, alright, you're good to go.
I've always heard that one of the most annoying things in a hospital when you're there for a long time is having to be woken up in the middle of the night by the nurse to do something.
I never knew
Like,
about
oh, we
that.
gotta take your blood. Oh, we have to put the message. Like, can't you fuck off so I can sleep? It's like, nope, gotta do this every 4 hours.
I only ever was, like, in the hospital. I was never in the hospital for, like, any, like, medical, like, emergencies or anything of the sort. I was in the hospital for, like, having my tonsils removed and other things similar to that. So, and it was usually just go in, put to sleep, wake up, and it's like, all right, time to go, and you're gonna be in pain for a while.
I was in
Sleep
there.
study.
I was in there twice. Once for pneumonia. I was only there for 2 days, and a year and a half ago when I got that kidney stone, I was only there for 4 hours.
I think I was in mine for like a week or two, if I remember right. I don't remember exactly. This was when I was like in fucking 4th grade.
Although
It was when I had my appendix removed.
oof. Although nowadays things are so overcrowded that I didn't get a room. I was out in the hallway with everybody else on the stretcher.
Ugh,
Yeah.
that sounds horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, but luckily it was just for a tiny little kidney stone that went away on its own.
That was what my life was like. The days became increasingly harder to distinguish from each other, differing only by the book I was reading and the weather outside. It felt like
It was
time,
not frightful.
and there was no fire, so it was not delightful. It felt like time blurred into some kind of gooey mass I was trapped inside instead of moving within. A week could go by without me really noticing it.
Ah, it's like he has a job.
Sometimes I'd pause in realization that I didn't know what day of the week it was. But other times, all the things that surrounded me would painfully crash into my consciousness, through the barrier of nonchalance I had set up for myself. The pages of my book would start to feel sharp and burning hot, and the heaviness in my chest would become so hard to bear that I had to put the book aside and just lay down for a while, looking at the ceiling as if I was going to cry.
I think that's called a panic attack.
But that happened only rarely. And I couldn't even cry.
Wait, what?
I think it's just like he didn't like have the energy to or something.
My terrible disability. I have no tear ducts.
I'm pretty sure that is like an actual pretty severe problem to have.
No, I know it would like make your eyes like dry as shit, and also like make it really hard to flush stuff out of them. But it seems like such a minor and kooky thing.
Today, the
Because
doctor...
my disability, I don't have eyelashes. That means I get shit in my eyes all the time.
Today, the doctor comes in and gives me a smile. He seems excited, but not very. It's like he's trying to make an effort to be happy on my behalf. My parents are here. It's been a few days since I've last seen them. Both of them are even sort of dressed up. Is this supposed to be some kind of special occasion? It's not a party.
I think I know what to do in this situation. Good news, everyone!
Congratulations, Rhino. If the doctor speaks, you're the doctor.
Oh, alright.
There is this ritual the head cardiologist has, where he sets up the candles and gathers my blood in the center.
Hail science!
Kuyani Scotzi, we will make his heart come out of his chest. He takes his time sorting his papers and setting them aside as if to make a point of the pointlessness of what he just did. Then he casually sits down on the edge of the bed next to mine. He looks me in the eyes for a moment.
Hey there, champ. Hello, Isao. How are you today?
I don't answer him, but I smile a little back at him.
I believe that you can go home. Your heart is stronger now, and with some precautions, you should be fine. You have all your medication sorted out. I'll give your father the prescription.
The doctor hands a sheet of paper to my dad, whose expression turns wooden as he reads it quickly. So many. I take it from his hand and take a look myself, feeling numb. How am I supposed to react to this? Is he going to show us the prescription? Oh, jeez! Jesus! 25 milliliters a day, diltiazem, penbutylol, wartarin, Jesus Christ. Heart failure.
That's a diarrhea.
It might be. That's an A, not an O, so it can't be gonorrhea. Don't know which would be worse. The
100 milligrams a day, that's a big-ass pill.
The absurdly long list of medications staring back at me from the paper seems insurmountable. They all blend together in a sea of letters. Ah, it is dyslexia! This is insane. Side effects, adverse effects, contraindications, and dosages are listed line after line with cold precision. I try to read them, but it's so futile. I can't understand any of it. Attempting to only makes me feel sicker. All this, for the rest of my life, every day? Man, I thought I was bad with, like, 2 types of ADHD medication and a sleeping pill.
I was gonna say, I don't think this game is totally medically accurate, but I get what they're going for.
Well, this is also like 15 years ago. There were less pills. There were more pills to take then.
And I was gonna say, this game started being created in 2007.
Also, I imagine like that obviously isn't all accurate. It's just, they just mean to show how overwhelming it is, how much stuff there is. Doctor.
Oh, I'm afraid that is the best we could do at this point. However, new medications are always being developed, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that list fade over the years.
Years? What kind of confidence booster is that? I'd have felt better if you hadn't said anything at all.
Also, I've spoken with your parents. We believe it would be best if you don't return to your old school.
What?
Don't worry, Hisao, you're 18. Once you hit 20, the years fly by.
Mm-hmm.
Please, calm down, Hisao. Listen to what the doctor has to say. Calm down? The way he says it tells me he knew full well that I wouldn't like it. Am I going to be homeschooled? Whatever of my concern shows, it's ignored.
We all understand that your education is paramount. However, I don't think that it's wise for you to be without supervision.
So we brought you these dogs.
Sorry, I'm trying to... Someone was getting a little too nosy with wires. At least not until we're assured that your medication is suitable.
Isn't that your job as a doctor? Whoops. Actually, here we go.
So I've spoken to your parents about a transfer. It's a school called Yamaku Academy that specializes in dealing with disabled students.
Disabled? What? Am I?
It has 24-hour nursing staff and is only a few minutes from a highly regarded general hospital. The majority of students live on the campus. Think of it as a boarding school of sorts. It's designed to give students a degree of independence while also keeping help nearby.
Independence? It's a school for disabled kids. Don't try to disguise that fact. If it was really that free, there wouldn't be a 24-hour nursing staff and you wouldn't make a hospital being nearby a selling point. Of course, that's only if you want to go. Your mother and I aren't really able to homeschool you. We went out there and had a look a couple of weeks back. I think you'd like it. Looks like I don't really have a choice.
Compared to other heart problems, people with your condition tend to live long lives. You'll need a job one day, and this is a good opportunity to continue your education.
This isn't an opportunity. Don't call it an opportunity. Don't call it a goddamned opportunity.
Well, you should be excited to just go back to school. Remember you wanted to return to school, well, it's not the same one.
A special school. That's an insult. That is what I want to say. It's a step down. It's not what you think. All of the students there are pretty active in their own sort of way. Whenever you have to add something like "in their own way," that's never good. It's geared towards students that can still get around and learn, but just need a little help in one way or another.
Your father's right. Many of the graduates of the school have gone on to do amazing things. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. One of my colleagues in another hospital is a graduate.
I don't care. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. That's what a disability is. I really hate that something so important was decided for me. Well, what can I do about it? A normal life is out of the question now. It's funny, I had always thought my life was actually kind of boring, but now I miss it. I want to protest. I want to blame this lack of reaction on shock or fatigue. I could easily yell out something now. Something about how I could go back to school anyway. But no. I don't say anything. Fact is that I know now it's futile. I look around the room, feeling very tired of all this. The hospital, doctors, my condition, everything. I don't see anything that would make me feel any different. There really isn't a choice. I know this, but the thought of going to a disabled school, what are those even like? As much as I try to put a positive spin on this, it's very difficult.
Help me get some fucking more colors in this game at some point other than white.
But let me try. A clean slate isn't a bad thing. That is all I can think of to get me through this. At least I still have something. Even if it's a special school, it's something. It's a fresh start and my life isn't over. It would be a mistake to just resign myself to thinking that. At the very least, I'll try to see what my new life will look like. Hey, here's more white, Rhino.
Oh,
Ah! Yellow!
not much better.
Act 1. Life expectancy. Yay! Green!
Yay, photos.
Yeah, is this a stock photo? The gate looked far too pompous for what it was. In fact, gates in general seem to do that, but this one especially so. Red bricks...
Because gates are meant to be there to say, well, you can't come in.
It actually looks like this thing has, like, 2 eyes, and then, like, the nostrils, and then a tiny little mouth at the bottom. Red bricks, black wrought iron, and gray plaster assembled into a whole that didn't feel welcoming at all. I wondered if it looked like what a gate for a school should look like, but couldn't really decide. Probably no. Of course, I didn't want to get stuck on thinking about the gate for too long, so I entered through it with a brisk pace that felt surprisingly good. Moving forward feels good. So I walked towards the main building of Yamacha Academy with this brisk pace. I'm alone, as my parents are taking my stuff to the dorms, and there's supposed to be someone waiting for me.
Oh, it's a girl.
The grounds are incredibly lush, filled with green. It doesn't feel like the kind of grounds a school would have. More like a park with a clean walkway going past trees and the smell of fresh cut grass and all other park-like things. Words like clean and hygienic pop into my mind. It makes me shudder. Ugh, cleanliness. I shake them off. Stay open-minded now. It's your new life. You have to take it as it comes. That's what I tell myself. A few big buildings loom behind the leafy canopies. Too big and too many for just a school. Everything seems off. It's different from what I thought I knew about schools. It's an uncanny valley. Even though I was told this is my new school, in the back of my head it doesn't feel like one. I wonder if the feeling is real or caused by my expectations of a school for the disabled. Speaking of that, I don't see anyone else here. It's kinda eerie. It makes me wish there was somebody here so I could anchor myself to something tangible, instead of having this feeling that I stepped into another dimension. The trees hum with the wind, and the green hues flashing all around catch my attention. It makes me think about hospitals again, how they say that the operating rooms are painted green because green is a common color. That operating room was not green! No, well, I guess that wasn't the operating room, still. So why am I feeling so anxious despite all this greenery? Only after I stand in front of the haughty main building, I surprise myself by realizing why the gate bothered me. It was the last chance I had to turn back, even if I had no life I could return to. But still, after entering, there was absolutely no way I could go back anymore. Feeling nervous and with this realization set in my head, I opened the front door. A tall man with bad posture notices me as I enter. We're the only people in the lobby, so it's only logical. Oh, hey, David Tennant, what's up? Who wants to be this guy?
I forget if this guy even shows up a lot. They gave him a unique portrait, so he probably does.
I imagine he's a teacher. You must be Diki? Nakai. So you are, excellent. I'm your homeroom and science teacher. My name is Muto. Welcome. We exchange a handshake that is neither firm nor sloppy, and he looks at his watch. The head nurse asked you for a brief check-in visit. There's no time for that now. Oh, should I go later? Yes, afternoon is probably fine. We should get going and introduce you to the rest of the class. They're waiting already. Waiting for me? I don't really like being the center of attention, but I guess it's inevitable in a situation like this. Somehow, not knowing what is waiting for me makes me feel really nervous. Thinking of this, I almost miss what the teacher is saying. You want to introduce yourself to the class? Hey, we have a choice now.
Yeah, the game gives you lots of dialogue options.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I mean, isn't that normal? Of course. Not everyone likes to be at the center of attention. I'm probably one of those people, but I guess I should be the one to give the first impression of myself. Right, but it's no problem. Let's go, then. My heart is pounding in my chest. Ugh, I'm dead. And it keeps me thinking about my condition as I follow the teacher up the stairs. The third door down the third floor The third door down the third floor corridor. Jesus Christ. Try saying that 5 times fast. Is marked as a classroom for class 3-3. Muto opens the door and enters. That painting scared me.
Ugh, Jesus. Why is there a painting of a zombie?
I really don't know where they got these pictures.
Good morning. I'm convinced that, like, one of the people working on this was, like, in college and just kind of went around taking pictures of their college and was just like, deal with whatever they got. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late again. I hesitate for a split second at the door, freezing on the spot. Get a grip. This is a big step, I know that. But there isn't any point in worrying so much about it, at least not this soon. Can you spot the dateable characters?
Is it the girls?
Actually, there's only one.
What, really?
Only one in this group.
Oh! I would have thought they'd all be in the same class, alright.
Can you point out which one it is?
I actually don't know.
Well, my initial thought was the one on the bottom right, but now that I'm looking, I'm guessing it's Miss Miss holding back the power in her right eye.
Rhino got it.
I was thinking it's the person in the upper left with the, oh, those are glasses. I thought that was an eye patch. The window is smaller for me than it is for, people watching the stream. I follow the teacher into the classroom and look around, partially so I won't have to meet the curious gazes of my new classmates. It's pretty spacious. The ceiling is unusually high, and there's lots of space left over around and in between the desks. Is there? Doesn't look like it. An entire wall taken up by blackboards and the high, old-fashioned windows only make it seem larger. The students' desks are just standard wooden desks with a shelf underneath for books, and wooden chairs with metal frames. Simple and efficient. I stop walking in front of the classroom and face the other students. They all look normal, like students in any other school. But then, why would they be here? They're probably like me and have something wrong with them. Only it's just not immediately obvious. Oh, here we go, it's panning over. Then I notice that one of the girls seems to be missing the thumb of her right hand. It's a little jarring.
What the fuck is that in the back?
What is with that guy?
I don't know.
Is that Peter Griffin?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Like, why is he in a completely different, like, art style?
Look
I'm
at...
gonna pretend that's not there.
Yeah.
Okay, so after the pan over, 2 more girls have shown up.
I could tell one.
Yeah, I'm guessing one of them is the one with the drill, the twin drill tails or whatever.
Yep, Miss Pink Hair and the girl next to her.
Okay.
Really? I thought it was the one in the bottom right.
Nope.
Huh?
She looks like she has no soul. Despite the natural tendency to listen when someone's talking about you, I tune out the teacher's speech halfway through while he introduces me to the class.
Rude.
I notice a flash of dark hair and see that someone is looking at me. A girl with really long, straight hair that is pretty eye-catching. As she sees me looking back at her, she covers her face with her hands as if it will make her invisible. There is one boy with a cane leaning against the lockers at the rear of the class. It's weird seeing someone so young with a cane. Another girl seems to be making some weird hand motions. Sign language? She peers at me over the rims of her glasses, then goes back to whatever she's doing. She's kind of cute. So is the cheery-looking girl with pink hair sitting next to her. She's really hard to miss. I don't know how I didn't notice her the moment I walked in. Please welcome our newest classmate. He claps his hands, and so does everyone else, except one girl in the first row who has only one hand. I cringe a little, but hide it by bowing in thanks for this applause I did not deserve. A collective silence tells me that I should open my mouth now. So, he sound naked. I mean, Nikai! God damn it! Fuck! And after that, my hobbies are reading and soccer. I hope to get along well with everyone even though I'm a new student. And after that, I'm being so boring. This is exactly like every self-introduction ever. I should say something more exciting. I end up saying nothing and the teacher picks up from there. Yeah.
I should do this. And then he didn't.
Everyone seems to be satisfied even with what little I said, though. A few girls are whispering to each other, throwing glances at me. It could have gone worse. I listen to the teacher as he drones about getting along while letting my gaze sweep across the classroom. Everyone seems to
And
be...
then I let my straight sweep across the classroom.
And then the lesbians. The bisexuals get their turn tomorrow. Everyone seems to be listening to him intently, and when he's done, they clap their hands again, which feels like a weird thing to do. The first row girl claps on this round, with her one hand against her other wrist that ends in a bandaged stump. It makes me feel a little bad. We're going to be doing some group work today, so that'll give you a chance to talk with everyone. Is that okay with you? Yeah, it's fine with me. I don't really have a choice in the matter, I assume. That's good. You can work with Hakamichi. She is the class representative. She can explain everything you might want to know. And who else will be able to do that better, right? How could I know? The teacher passes out the day's assignments and announces that we'll be working in groups of 3. It hits me that I don't know who Hakamichi is. Slow. The teacher seems to catch my helpless expression. Oh, right. Hakamichi is right there. Shizune Hakamichi. As he calls out her name...
Ah, Pinky.
The cute, bubbly-looking girl with bright pink hair and gold eyes waves her hand at me. I take a seat next to her by the window. Hey, I guess you're Hakamichi, right? It's nice to meet you. Alright, who wants to be her? She's laughing. And also for a moment I thought she was wearing a straitjacket.
She's basically the Pinkie Pie of the group, not just in color, but personality.
Rhino, it's you.
Seriously?
Yes.
Alright. Laughing noises.
What? I'm caught off guard by her laughing noises.
It's nice to meet you too, but I'm not Hakamichi. I'm Misha. This is Hakamichi. Shikan.
Shichan, I think. Also, I like they crossed out Shizune and replaced it with Misha.
Yeah, Shi-chan, because her actual name is Shizune.
Giggling, Misha points to the girl next to her. Every time I say Misha, I think of like Mishima from Tekken, I think? King of Fighters? Whichever one. Misha points to the girl next to her, the one I saw using sign language before. It looks like she has been staring at me this whole time. She nods once nonchalantly to show that she acknowledges my presence, but only barely. She has short yet carefully, neatly brushed hair, a pair of oval-shaped glasses balanced on the tip of a dainty nose, and dark blue eyes that seem to alternate every few seconds between analytical and slightly bored.
Who wants to voice the mute girl? Oh, wait.
It's nice to meet you. Good job, Jero. She immediately looks at Misha, who smiles and makes a few quick gestures with her hands. Hakamichi nods and makes a few gestures of her own. I start to wonder if the teacher was messing with me, saying things like, "You'll be able to talk to people, and who better to explain things to you?"
I can see you're a little confused, right? But I understand why you'd think I was Shi-chan. Shi-chan is deaf, so I'm the person who translates things back and forth for her. I'm like an interpreter. She says it's nice to meet you too. This is going to be the person that talks the most of this entire game that's not the narrator, isn't it?
Misha talks a lot.
I mean, she's not going to be like the only character we meet, so I imagine it's going to depend on the route. Also, wait, is there a route for each of them?
Yes.
There's a route for the deaf girl, and there's a route for the deaf girl's interpreter.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you're supposed to talk to Shizune when you don't know sign language, but we'll figure it out.
Maybe you learn it or something.
That or you write her a freaking note.
Yeah, that does seem like, honestly, the best option for that sort of thing. Also, hang on, we have a soundboard redeem.
Maleficent Incorporated, but not really a corporation because corporations haven't been invented yet, so it's more like a guild or a tradesman association.
Yay!
Now just imagine doing that in sign language. Also, sorry,
it's like you're doing it like super rhythmically, and also it's like rapid. It's like.
It is actually possible for people who are deaf to learn how to talk. Yeah, but I imagine it's very difficult because.
Yeah, but how do you reply to her other than writing or signing?
Yeah, that's more.
Maybe she can read lips.
Lip reading is from whatever. Lip reading is like not particularly efficient because a lot of words like look the same when it's just coming from your mouth, and that's not even getting to like how people's mouths move differently.
As far as I'm aware, Misha does not have a disability, but there's a theory that she has balance issues because she has problems going up and down stairs.
That. Alright.
Anyway.
You're the new student, aren't you? Well, Shi-chan, of course he is. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be standing up here for no reason, right? Seems like a very interesting person, doesn't he?
Misha making a liberal use of the tilde.
We knew there was going to be a new student, but we didn't know you would be here today. So soon! Ichan, right?
Ichan?
Yep, fits, doesn't it?
Did I say it out loud? It's just a surprise. I've never liked that nickname. I don't really see how.
It fits. You look just like I imagined. Yeah, you do look just like a Hichan.
I wonder why everyone seems to think so. Akamichi taps her fingers on the desk to get Misha's attention. They gesture back and forth to each other excitedly, their hands a blur. I kind of want to learn sign language, but holy crap! It's a lot.
It's like it's a language.
There are a lot of words. There have to be a lot of hand signs.
Isn't there I think there's like a term. Hang on. Because there's like a specific term, a specific term for if you like get not tongue tied, but like a tongue twister for sign language, and I think it's called a finger fumbler. Yeah, I just looked it up. Finger fumblers. Misha seems a little overwhelmed.
I feel bad if Shizune ever had to talk to somebody in school without arms.
Did. Sorry about that. Shi-chan wants you to know that she's the class rep, so if there's anything you need to know, you can feel free to ask her. Do you like the school so far? We can show you around a little if you hadn't had the time to walk around and familiarize yourself with it.
Misha stumbles with the hard word a bit, making it stick out in an otherwise fluid translation. Thanks, that'd be pretty helpful. Yeah, I just kind of came straight to class today. It seems like she's not like an official translator. Maybe she just knows sign languages, so she hung out with her or something.
She came to the school because she wanted to learn to be a sign language interpreter.
Ah, okay.
Ha! That's no good. You should always try to learn as much as you can about where you're going before you go there. Not just with school either. Always, even if it's a trip to the convenience store. Really, Shi-chan? Ha!
Learn about where you're going? I guess I didn't bother to do that, or just didn't care enough to do so. I didn't look forward to this, even if I committed myself to go along with it half-assedly, but anyway. I don't say anything, and Misha signs something that ends in a shrug. What was that? It seems like it was about me. I feel like slumping over in my seat. Both of them are smiling, but that shrug hit me unexpectedly deeply.
You look down. Are you okay? Don't take it the wrong way, please. I hate it when people are afraid to ask questions. That's how people learn things. By asking. Asking for help is perfectly normal, as much as needing help, so stop looking like you just failed a test. Wahahaha! I don't know why that one was different.
Alright. Also, I thought that maybe the quotation marks were to show, like, when she's speaking for herself and when she's speaking for, the deaf girl whose name I will get eventually. But I don't think there is any indication which one it is, so... Shizune.
Ah, and another thing, you don't have to call Shi-chan something so formal like Hakamichi or class rep all the time. Just call her Shi-chan.
But how would she know?
Okay, maybe that's too casual. Maybe Shizune would be more appropriate. Why'd the music just like cut?
We're hearing what she hears.
Yep, Shizune's fine.
Okay, that'd be a lot easier for me. Me too.
I think they have Shizune text boxes show up to show when she's supposed to be talking.
Ah, okay, fair. I feel a lot more at ease. Both of them seem so friendly, so I feel like an idiot for being so apprehensive earlier. Especially about Shizune, who I assumed would be all business. Well, she still seems like that, just less so, I guess.
Huh? Oh, right, we haven't even touched the assignment. We should start work now or Shi-chan will get mad.
The assignment is also... Why am I saying this? I'm pretty sure this is something Misha should be saying.
Well, no, he knows what the assignment is.
The assignment is also kind of long, so we should start now if we want to finish it before the end of class. Oh, okay, so it was me. Okay.
Huh, that too.
Shizune glares at the two of us impatiently. I don't need to know sign language to understand that. Okay,
It's crazy how short these skirts on these uniforms are.
Yeah. I know that, like, you know, it's made by American guys, but the setting is Japan. So to that I say, Japan. Okay, I get the message.
After class, we can take a walk around the grounds together. It's a nice day today, okay?
The assignment is actually very challenging to get through, combining aspects of being both difficult and unnecessarily long. Ah, school. Still, we finish it a few minutes earlier than anyone else in the class, despite our late start. Shizune and Misha are really capable. They're quite different, though. The class rep is as calm and professional as she looks, while Misha is a lot more playful and girlish. Not to mention a little more easily distracted. To be honest, the two of them did most of the work. I feel guilty about that. The clock tower bells ring, signaling the end of period. Time for lunch. Here's the zombie painting again!
Ugh.
Without knowing what else to do, I follow Misha, who is beckoning me into the hallway and down the stairs. We descend even below the lobby where I met Muto, down to the bottom floor. Just like everything in this school, the cafeteria... It's so weird when it switches from, like, something that has probably been drawn so that, like, they can put the characters in it, to a photograph.
Yeah, I think it's like a normal shortcut thing.
Yeah, it's just kind of jarring. Just like everything in this school, the cafeteria seems too spacious and oddly modern in contrast to the classic exterior. Its big windows open to the courtyard towards the main gate.
It's the cafeteria!
No shit. Her enthusiastic statement of the obvious makes people around us stare, but Misha doesn't seem to care, so he proceeds to the line. There is a rather long list of menu options, which seems great until I realize that many of them are to accommodate students who need special diets. How nice. It almost feels like I'm back at the hospital, eating portions measured with scientific precision to meet the needs of the patients. It is funnily enough the style, and if they're upperclassmen, the skirts may be rolled up and shortened, apparently it's a style or something. Why would... Whatever. I picked... Would rolling up a skirt be like the female equivalent of, like, when, like, wannabe cool guy assholes sag their pants or something?
I don't know, man.
The weird thing I always found is how, like, girl PE uniforms in Japan have the bottoms as, like, even shorter than booty shorts. They're real short.
Yeah.
I assume that was for movement.
Yeah. I pick something at random and follow Shizune to a table sitting opposite of her. As I nibble indifferently at the food I'd rather not eat, Misha pokes me in the side to get my attention and points to Shizune. I don't understand signs, so the point escapes me. Maybe looking at a person who talks to you is proper and polite? A cat wants into my room, hang on. Hi, you. Yeah? Yeah? Where are you? You're gonna be in here, you pay the cat tax. Say hello.
Did I hear nothing.
Say hello. Meow. Come on. Meow. Really?
Nope.
Talk up a storm on the rest of the time, but now when I want you to talk, you're quiet. You're a bitch, Grumpy Joe. You're a bitch. Meow.
Nope.
Alright.
You have to go through his union.
You need to pay at least 5 treats.
He unplugged my headphones as he jumped out of my lap.
Bitch!
This is a true thing, though. If you're talking to somebody who needs an interpreter, talk to them, not the interpreter.
Yeah.
Do you want to know something?
Alright. We can continue now. Righto.
I read it.
Oh, I wasn't here when you did.
It was like 3 seconds ago.
I had my headphones off for a moment. What?
Not anything. We're your guides, so you should ask if there's something.
I wonder. So you can't hear, huh? No.
Never. Because he's a nerd.
Nerd! Yeah, is there... So like how seniors in high school can get away with dyeing their hair in more outrageous styles in the U.S.? I've never gone to a school that had a uniform or even really a dress code, so... I think the only time I ever saw, like, someone ever get, like, the teachers ever get on someone for, like, their outfit was when there was this girl, who, like, had a very low-cut shirt and no bra, and... Yeah. Anyway. It was to the extent, like, you know full well she wore that specifically to piss the teachers off, sort of thing.
I knew there was a rule in school that you couldn't wear anything that referenced drugs or alcohol because a girl got in trouble for wearing Captain Morgan pajamas.
I don't know about that one myself, but no one ever actually wore that.
Although, for St. Patrick's Day, I once wore a shirt that said Irish Ale on it, and no one got into me about it.
St. Patrick's Day is special, probably. Oh yeah, is there a library in the school? Lately I've gotten into reading a lot, so I'd like to check it out. Misha gives the kind of frown that makes it clear she doesn't consider reading a healthy hobby, then picks up her smile again. You're a nerd!
There it is. It's the second floor. We can show it to you sometime.
Thanks. I return to my food while the girls talk between themselves. It's more a dress code of don't dress like a gangster / slut.
Yeah.
That not even that was the case. There were... In high school, I've said before, I went to a high school where, like at least 50% of the students were, like, the biggest and stupidest assholes ever. And they dressed like it. Misha and Shizune sign back and forth very animatedly, throwing sideways glances at me, but Misha refrains from translating. Maybe they're talking about secret girl stuff or something. I quickly notice the conversation and sign is not enough to fill a silence. We arrive at the classroom early, but we're not the first. That dark-haired girl I noticed before is slumped over her desk at the last row. She jumps a little when Misha crashes into the room with the elegance of a rhino. Rhino, look, it's you!
Hey, there we go.
Dynamic entry!
She really is just Cynthia, is what she seems like, huh? Fire Emblem Cynthia. She shrinks deeper into her seat. I can feel her tension all the way from here, as if she were slowly turning into stone just from our presence. Misha and Shizune either don't notice or don't mind it, as they walk directly past her to their seats and begin to converse. I'm left wondering
She
about...
slides off screen.
I'm left wondering about her, even when the classroom slowly fills with other students, and finally the teacher. Getting into the rhythm of school feels strange. It's as if my brain remembers how this is done, but my body doesn't. Towards the end of the class, I start yawning and counting the minutes left. I shouldn't be this tired on my first day of school. Maybe it's the long time spent in the hospital that made me feel like this. I'm even feeling physically weak and lifeless. No,
Damn it, you're dying.
That's just school.
Well, he spent 4 months in a bed on all kinds of medication.
Before long, the final bell rings. School is finally over for the day. Beside me, Misha and Shizune are having a short conversation. After a bit of deliberation, Misha turns to me.
Sorry, I was reading chat. Unfortunately, we can't stay and show you around today, Hee-chan. We gotta hurry already since there's a lot of work for us to do. You'll find your way around here, I'm sure of it.
Wait! Teacher said I'd have to see the nurse. Where do I have to go?
Is that so? We can only show you that much. Come on, nurses have their own building, so we had to go outside.
We join the flow of students making their way down the stairs. Freaking zombie painting every time. With the girls pointing out other senior classrooms in the same hallway as ours.
Get used to it.
When we get outside, the girls make their way to the smaller building.
I guess
right next to
zombieism could be a physical disability.
Isn't there like an actual like disease or virus or something that basically turns you into a zombie?
mean, I know one of my teachers used to talk about an old African witch doctor thing they would do where they put you in a state of near death while the family thinks you actually died, and then they take the opportunity to drug you with enough stuff to where you become their slave.
Alright, anyway. It's built in the same style, so it looks like it's actually part of the main building. Ah, it's a photograph.
This is the auxiliary building here. There's a lot of official and important stuff inside, like Yamaku Foundation office and all the nurses' offices. They even have a swimming pool office.
How is that official? I mean, doesn't swimming help with, like, physical therapy?
Physical therapy, I assume, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't be silly. He-chan is for physical therapy, of course. And banging. I mean, all the nursing staff facilities are in there, too. The head nurse's office is on the first floor.
Yeah, the banging... We don't do the banging here. The banging is done in the bang woods, obviously.
Not African Haitian. Look. This is like at least... probably a decade and a half ago. It's been a while since I heard the story.
A decade and a half ago? That's when this game came out.
You'll be fine from here, right? We'll be going then. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, bye. A whole building for stuff that has nothing to do with the actual education? I guess it's necessary for a place like this. I walk in, hoping that this really will be only a quick visit, like the teacher said. On a white door on the left is a green cross with the text Head Nurse and a nameplate. Ah, couldn't use red. A voice from the inside responds to my knock almost immediately, but I can't quite make it out. It sounded a bit like an invitation to open the door, so I invite myself further in. The room is not large and it smells strange. A friendly-looking man...
Oh god, that computer case is very nostalgic.
A friendly-looking man turns around on his office chair to face me as I enter.
The huge-ass monitor, the old fax machine.
Jeez, yeah.
I mean, fax machines don't exactly look too much different these days.
His desk is neat and tidy, but the bin under the table is overflowing with used medical utensils. There are at least a dozen coffee cup rings lingering on the desk. Why do I not like this guy?
What? Do you not like Smiling Man?
I'm forgetting all the all the teacher characters. I forgot about the teacher. I forgot about the nurse.
Well, yeah. Why should we give a fuck about them?
Who wants to be Smiling Man?
Hello there. What can I do for you today?
He is a young-looking and sort of rugged. He is young-looking and sort of rugged, but the dimples in his cheeks wash that impression away when he smiles. Are you the nurse?
I don't know if you can call a man without any facial hair rugged.
Yeah.
He smiles like a person who has heard the very same question hundreds of times.
Why, yes, I am. It says so on the door, no?
I'm half expecting to be... Rhino, you'll remember this. I'm half expecting this to be like that bit in Ace Attorney where you go to the hospital and there's a guy that's like, I'm the head doctor. And then as you're leaving, a nurse comes up and says, all right, you dementia patient, back to your room.
You can call me by my name or just the nurse like everyone else.
Of course. I shake off my confusion, realizing I probably should grab his extended hand. His handshake is rather firm and friendly. Right. I'm a new student and my homeroom teacher told me to come and meet you. My name is Hisao Nakai. His eyes light up with revelation and he snaps his fingers and then half of all life disappears.
Oh, you're that Nakai. I was just reading your file in the morning.
I don't know if I like being able to see his eyes. I've gotten a Brock impression from him so far.
Some kind of chronic arrhythmia and related congenital heart muscle deficiency, right?
Congenital.
He gestures me to sit... Congenital, haha. He gestures me to sit down in a vacant armchair in front of his desk. Yes?
Good. Well, you've probably been briefed about this school enough, so I'll just go over this quickly. We have all kinds of facilities available, mostly physical therapy and such. There's always someone from my staff around, even at night, so never hesitate to call us if there's a problem.
The famous 24-hour nursing staff. Wow, this is like a hospital.
Well, not exactly. For instance, we don't do brain surgery here.
His joke feels so out of place that I'm left thinking why he even said it. Yeah, just that it's really weird to have so many medical people at a school.
You'll get used to it.
I'm not so sure of that myself, but I don't let the nurse know it.
Now, let me just find your file again.
While he searches for something from his computer and shuffles stacks of papers around, I let my gaze wander around the room. It's the epitome of generic, I'd like to say. Beige walls and ceiling, dark gray laminate flooring, and all the equipment you'd expect from a school nurse's office. Even the ridiculous educational posters are hanging on all four walls, reminding me to eat properly 3 times a day and from all the food groups. Hey, by the way, Food Pyramid is literally a scam by Big Bread Company. That's not even a meme, that's literally what it is.
Yeah.
Smiling, the nurse draws a thick file from a stack of similarly thick files and opens it.
So, you already have medication for the arrhythmia. Just remember to take your pills every morning and evening or it won't be much help. Apart from that, do you do any sports? Rash stuff like, I don't know, boxing?
He grins to his own joke, but I don't. Well, I played soccer occasionally with some classmates.
Alright, I'm afraid I'm going to have to recommend you refrain from doing that, at least for the time being.
Oh. My lack of reaction makes him raise an eyebrow, but really I'm not too bothered by him forbidding me to kick a ball around. Guess I never did it out of burning passion for the sport, just to have something to do.
Any kind of concussion might be very dangerous to your heart, and risking another attack is not a good idea. Was the previous one caused by a sudden concussion to the chest area? Is there no mention of this cause in your... There's no mention of this cause in your papers.
Not exactly. A girl said she liked me. Say no more. I sidestep the question acceptably, and he glances over at me over his papers with a more serious expression on his face.
Still, you need to keep your body healthy, so some exercise would do you good.
Big bread, big milk, hell, even big meat. Not big meat, because big meat was on the food pyramid as, like, the least important thing. It was literally just the fact that they were like, grains are the most important thing to eat! And it's like, that's very much not true.
We have physical therapy and such available, as I said, but I don't think you really need such heavy measures. Just get some light exercise regularly. Brisk walks or even light jogging, jumping rope, that sort of thing. Swimming maybe? There is a pool here.
So I was told.
You were? Very good. At any rate, and I'm sure you've been told this before, you just need to take care not to overexert yourself.
He wags his finger to emphasize the point. No need, really. I've heard this 1,000 times already. I don't need the shame finger waggle.
Absolutely no unnecessary risks. Take care of yourself.
Okay. He goes over my papers one more time and sets them on the desk, obviously content.
Good, that's it then. Come meet me if you ever need something.
I'm ushered out before I even realize. I'm ushered out before I even realize it. A quick visit indeed. I'm glad they do the thing where you can scroll up to see, like, old text. I don't know how far back it goes, but I'm not going to find out. I end up standing in front of the main building and the auxiliary building, although to my eyes, they still look one and the same. Grains are very much not in milk. Milk was about to not be on it at all. Yeah, like, it's important to eat grains and dairy. It's important to have a well-rounded thing, but, like, grain is not the most important, and dairy is not especially important. It's just, like, something you need to have some of. It's the first real look I get at the other students, so I watch people coming out of the school, going towards the gate or the dorms. Everyone seems to know where they're going. And I still keep thinking that most of them don't look too special for being students at a special school. And again, neither do I. Does that make me one of them? One of us? One of us. One of us. I should go somewhere too to prevent me from getting lost. It's around dinner time, but I feel tired instead of hungry. The weariness in me only grows as I trudge towards the dorms, set a little way apart from the main building complex. There is a garden of sorts between the school and the dorms. Shrubbery, flowers, and that overbearing smell of fresh-cut grass that fills the atmosphere. Also dogs. It dawns on my tired mind that the smell feels novel because I haven't been outside at all for so long. The dorm building is big and made of red brick. Like the others, it feels way too pompous for what it is, so I push forward going inside. Rhino, is everything okay over there?
Mom's home.
Okay. It takes more time than necessary to fish out the key I was given from my pocket. Room 119. Despite the ornate exterior, the inside of the dorm is fairly new, functional, and boring. Just like at the main building, the halls and doors are wide to accommodate wheelchairs. The same goes for the elevators at the ends of the hallways. I poke my head around the corner of the common room door. Inside, a few students are watching the television. One nods and gives a quick hello before turning back to the TV. Seems that only the girls around here are sociable. Suppose that's perfectly fine with me. I climb the stairs to the upper floor. Here, small corridors branch off from the main hallway. Each of these minor halls seems to have a toilet and shower, as well as 4 rooms. About halfway down the hall, I spy room 119. The nameplates on the rooms adjacent to mine are blank. I guess there are just 2 of us here. Light shines from below the door of room 117, so I knock lightly. Hello, is anyone home? From inside, I hear a few movements, then the clicking of way more locks than I thought these doors had. After a moment, the door squeaks open.
Ah, you're dorm mates with Harry Potter.
Yeah, who wants to be,
This fucking guy.
You know, that's a good sign. You know, is he, annoying?
He is a creep and a loser.
Alright, but talk about this guy, not the protagonist.
And if I remember right, there's at least 1 or 2 scenes where he's naked.
What?
Okay. So who wants to voice him? A bespectacled boy is standing in the doorway. He is looking at me very intently through his extremely thick eyeglasses. Rhino?
Do I gotta bite the bullet on this one?
Me?
Because, Tim
Who is it?
Because Tim and I have both voiced 2 characters so far, and you've only voiced 1.
No, technically he's voicing Shizune too.
Yeah, I mean, mine has talked way more than either of yours.
Fine, I will be bespectacled.
Max voices the protagonist.
Yeah, but that's like a given, and he refuses to give that up.
How often does this guy show up?
Every once in a while. Like he's reoccurring.
I'll voice him.
Who is it?
If at any point you want to take over him so you stop hearing that voice, let me know.
It was kind of what I might have gone for. So.
Blind? No, at least not completely. Why would he have eyeglasses if he was? He leans closer to me until our noses are almost touching. His breath stinks of garlic.
I have to kill the vampires.
Isao Nakai, I'm moving to the next room. Thought I should introduce my... His face suddenly brightens in realization, and he stands back upright, thrusting his hand out in a smiling greeting almost straight to my diaphragm.
Oh, it's so cute. His name's Kenji.
Hi. I take Kenji's sweaty hand and shake it, still a little rattled by the sudden change of attitude and vehement welcome.
There were some suspicious-looking people going in and out of your room earlier.
It was probably my parents.
Your parents? You sure? Because it could have been some other people, too. You can't judge a book by its cover.
His out-of-place proverb is left hanging between us awkwardly as I try to think of some way to respond.
Is his thing paranoia?
I'd say the chances are high enough. He shudders and makes some exaggerated hand gestures. He also knows sign language.
You're a brave man, Isao.
I will not lie. The only way I can do this voice is by putting my 2 of my fingers on the bridge of my glasses. I could not make the voice any other way. Just like how I can't do an Italian accent without doing the thing with my hand.
That's part of an Italian accent, is speaking with your hands.
You know, that's fair. I still remember the joke of like an American, a Russian man, and an Italian man are all captured and interrogated. They bring the American in, tie him to the chair, and begin torturing him. After 2 hours, he gives up the information. Bring him back to his cell and bring in the Russian man. They tie his hands behind the chair and start interrogating him. After 4 hours, he gives up the information. They bring him back to the cell, bring in the Italian man, and tie his hands to the chair. After 12 hours straight of torture, they don't get anything from him, so they bring him back to his cell, defeated. The American and Russian say, wow, man, I'm amazed you were able to keep quiet for so long. You didn't tell them anything. And the Italian man says, I wanted to, but they couldn't move my hands.
Me, I don't think I can trust the chances. And the only one I trust is myself.
Does that mean I shouldn't get to know you either? He thinks about this for a while.
A wise decision. Damn, you are smarter than you look. Probably. What do you look like? I hope not smart.
He squints his eyes and leans closer again, but I lean backwards to dodge it.
And never mind, it doesn't matter.
With that, he turns, fumbles around for a moment in search of the door handle, and shuts the door behind him. So
is he blind?
He's not blind, he just has very, very bad vision, is what I assume it is. I assume it's like, I assume maybe like legally blind or whatever it's called, where it's like, because like he's got like thick glasses and can still barely see. I mean, to be fair, isn't it like a thing that like most blind people aren't actually like fully blind, only see darkness kind of thing? They just see things really, really, really blurry to the point.
I don't know.
So like maybe it's that, I don't know. I slide the key into the lock of the door marked 119. Bleak beige walls, white linen, a desk made of some type of light wood, ugly curtains. It's no one's room, impersonal like my hospital room was. Please, I don't want to know this idiot, don't subject us to much of him. I only have so much control. I'll tell you this much, if there's a route to date him, no.
I believe there is. I think he's the only male character that you can sort of date. I don't think it's like an actual true date, but you can get closer to him.
Yeah, no. Unless he ends up like, I need to do that in order to get closer with the character I choose, I'm gonna avoid the shit out of him. My bags are sitting at the foot of my bed, looking a lot emptier than they did this morning. The closet is sitting open, stocked with my clothes. Also, it seems that there are a number of school uniforms hanging there as well. A note is pinned to the sleeve of one of the shirts. Hi, Hichan, we've unpacked your things and made your bed. They said that if these don't fit, then you can go to the office tomorrow. If you have any problems, you can always call us. Love, Mom and Dad. Well, at least I don't have to worry about unpacking. I kind of hoped I would have, then there would be something to do. Dude, unpacking is the worst. I came back from, like, college over a year ago. My shit is still in the suitcases, and I'm just like, whenever I need something that isn't already out, I get it out. It helps that most of the stuff that's still in there is, like, my Xbox 360, so... It's still too early. I put the note down on the desktop and lie down on the bed, feeling drained. Lying there makes me want to read something, but I have nothing with me. I wonder if the hospital conditioned me for wanting to read whenever I have nothing to do. The restless urge just keeps growing until I have to stand up. Maybe it's stress or something. I was pretty nervous about it before coming, and for the entire day today, too. I still am, I think. Damn, I have to distract myself somehow, so I won't be this unnatural all the time. But what? Tomorrow I'll go borrow some books from the library. Yeah, I'll do that. But for now... The bottles of medication neatly arranged on my night table catch my eye. I pick up one and shake it just to hear the contents rattle inside and then read the glued-on pharmacy label. Isao Nakai. 2 tablets daily to stay alive.
Did he write these?
It doesn't really say that, but it could just as well. Okay, fair. It's kind of twisted having your life depend on chemicals like this. I resent it a little, but what choice do I have? With a sigh, I begin my new daily ritual of taking the right number of pills from each bottle, being careful to check the correct dosages. And this is why you get, like, the
little daily thing.
Yeah, that's why I have that, and I just, you know, we have D&D every Saturday evening. I refill it during D&D. I lie down again, feeling hollow and uncertain, and after that I keep staring at the blank, unfamiliar ceiling for a long time. It doesn't start looking any more familiar, not even after darkness falls and long shadows draw across my room like fingers. One thing I was really glad for that helped a lot with boredom when I was in college and I didn't have stuff to do was in the common room of the dorm that I lived in. There were like a bunch of people who would get together and play Cards Against Humanity, and that was very helpful for having something to do. I think I played
Secretly,
more.
the game never stopped. Just at certain points, people would swap out.
I went there. I would join in like most days if I didn't have something going on, and like it was. I think I played more Cards Against Humanity there than I ever played like here online, and that's a lot. The sheets feel slightly more comfortable, warm, and nest-like against the chill that passes for room temperature here. That is also how I discovered. I say I discovered. I don't remember it. That's also how I discovered the proper procedure when somebody is having a seizure, because one of the people who played would have seizures sometimes, and they had like a friend there who like always knew what to do. Like, you know, like everyone step away, get them kind of lying on their side on the sofa, things like that. Soon the lighter shade of darkness that is the ceiling looks like every ceiling does at night, and it becomes the only thing I recognize anymore. The night beckons me to sleep, and I feel the coldness of unfamiliarity and fear creeping up my spine once again. I keep drifting further away from the world I knew. Katawa Shoujo. I wake up in a strange room. Solid morning light shimmers against a light gray ceiling. I'd forgotten to draw the curtains closed last night. This is my room, isn't it? My room. This is the third room this year that I'm supposed to call mine. Various things around here remind me that, indeed, it's me who is supposed to be the one living here. My bag's on the floor, my new school books on the desk. My numerous medications on the night table. I stare at the bottles for a moment, deliberating, until I open a bottle, shake out a pill, and pop out a tablet from a foil sheet. I down them with a chaser of water without thinking about the chemistry. My uniforms are in the closet. I slink out from under the sheets and stretch my back before dressing up. I thought that said stretch my book. Either way, you got a spine, haha. Putting on a new school uniform feels like dressing in someone else's clothes. The artificial smell of generic detergent invades my nose, but the feeling of fresh cloth against my back is a good one, a natural one. It feels like a school uniform, as it should. It's not much different from what I used to wear before. And that goes for other things, too. So far, this place seems more or less like a normal school. Except for the people. I think back to my talk with Kenji yesterday, Misha's constant laughter, and Shizune's sweeping sign language gestures. It's possible Misha has, like, a form of Tourette's, maybe, with how often she was laughing and the fact that they're drawing attention to it, but that's the only thing I can guess aside from, like, what Tim said. Well, I've only met 3 students so far. Maybe they aren't that normal, but I'm sure others are. Or perhaps people like them are what passes for normal around here? Yeah, what does pass for normal around here? What do people do? I didn't see a lot of kids hanging around after classes yesterday, so maybe there are clubs. If so, I wonder if I should join one. Not the literature club! You'll die. All through class, the question remains on my mind, so I decide to ask Shizune about it when we split into groups. After all, she did say if I had anything I wanted to know, I should ask her.
Spectre, hush.
She crosses her arms and shifts her gaze slowly to Misha, who looks more preoccupied with trying to grind the eraser of her pencil down so that the top is perfect and evenly flat.
I get that. So sorry, Shi-chan. Is there something you wanted from me? Oh, I see. It's a good question.
My first thought is that means she doesn't know, which is worrying. Maybe I'm being too negative. Well, anyway, Misha, please don't prove me right.
Oh, that's right. Everyone is encouraged to join the club. A lot of people do so because there really isn't anything else to do. There are also school events like the festival coming up in a few days. Almost every student in the school tends to help out with it, doing, whatever. So, you actually transferred in a busy time. Maybe you can help out too.
Sure. What's the festival about? Misha freezes.
I don't know. The truth is it's a local event, and I'm not from this area, so...
She starts signing desperately to Shizune, asking her to bail her out. Shizune adjusts her glasses at the end of an oddly grandiose flourish and starts signing hard and heavy.
Huh. Oh. Who cares?
Misha puffs out her chest as she shouts Shizune's words out at me with a disproportionate amount of pride. Too loud, you can see heads turning to look in our direction. Not so loud.
Human beings evolve with each new generation. The ideals and beliefs behind a festival will inevitably change with time. Now, it's about delicious fried food and amusing little games that you play to win prizes. Haha.
The teacher clears his throat very loudly, batting his long wooden pointer against his other palm like a baton. He shoots a pointed gaze at us. Finally noticing where we are, Misha stifles a yelp and quickly quiets down. Shizune doesn't seem embarrassed at all, though, brushing it off without a care. Probably because she wasn't the one making noise!
We're in the middle of class and should start working. That's right, Shi-chan. What? That's right. Shi-chan, are you asking because you're interested in joining a club?
Could have been my eyes playing tricks on me, but I think I saw a suspicious glance exchanged between them. Misha's tone has also changed, although it does at every other word anyway. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Misha and Shizune look at each other again. I'm about to ask what they have in mind when something dark flutters in my peripheral vision, catching my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the girl with long dark hair get up from her desk and slip silently towards the door. It doesn't seem like she was working in any group, and no one seems to notice her but me. I glance at the teacher, who's also looking at the dark-haired girl go. Why doesn't he say anything? I don't want to be here anymore.
Shi-chan, is something wrong?
Do I look as uneasy as I feel? Or is Misha just looking at me and looking after the girl who just left? No, nothing.
Okay, well, like we were asking, you don't have any plans for lunch today, do you?
I thought I would go to the library and pick up some books. Not really.
Do you want to have lunch together then?
Sure.
Yay! Haha! Okay, Shi-chan, perfect.
Every time she does the arms crossed thing, I think she's in a straitjacket. The rest of class passes uneventfully. The girl with the long hair never came back. She died. Before I have the time to put any more thought into where she could have gone, the teacher informs us that it's time to stop working. Shizune looks more than a little annoyed that we only just barely managed to finish all our work on time. I'm just glad we finished it at all. It's not a contest or anything.
Yes, it is, Shi-chan.
Impossible.
Really?
Really. I've noticed this before, but it's kind of funny how Misha is always moving her hands and signing not only everything she says, but what anyone else is saying at any given time. Obviously, it must be so Shizune can understand it. Her eyes dart back and forth between Misha's hands and me. I don't know who I'm supposed to be looking at. I'm talking to Misha, but that might be wrong. Maybe I should face Shizune. I'm used to looking in the direction of the person whose voice I'm hearing, but really, Shizune can't hear me, but it'd be disrespectful to talk to her only through Misha. Again, isn't that what she's doing? Or she's at least looking at me. This is all very confusing and will take some time to get used to. It's not a contest, because contests are competitions over a prize. If there's no prize on the line, it's not really a contest. Shizune's eyes flash dangerously with a competitive glare. She stares at me as if surprised that I'm challenging her. I think maybe this is a contest to her. I never noticed before how dark and blue her eyes are. It's truly an alluring gaze.
Are you sure, Hee-chan?
Very sure.
Heh, you're wrong. Because I don't want to be the slowest one in class. Therefore, what's on the line is my confidence and my abilities. The prize is the satisfaction of proving them. Wahaha!
Thanks, Waluigi. Shizune pushes her glasses up the bridge of her nose in a very matter-of-fact way. I'd argue more, but the bell rings, and she quickly gets up and picks up her bag, looking at me expectantly. Zombie! I'd almost forgotten that I was supposed to have lunch with them.
I've almost forgotten there was a zombie in this hallway. Where do you want to eat?
The cafeteria?
Haha, that's so plain. Okay, let's go.
Plain? I guess. At my old school, I'd like to eat outside near the back of the building. It was a good spot, but I didn't find it until near the end of my freshman year. I wonder if there's a similar place to eat here. Misha seems to imply as much. Shizune and Misha pull me towards the cafeteria, which is surprisingly not packed. Maybe some students favor eating in classroom or outdoors. I saw some of my classmates had boxed lunches. After we finish eating, Misha picks up where we left off earlier.
So, Hee-chan, you wanted to know about clubs and stuff, right? Right? Right, Shi-chan. Okay, I guess it makes sense to ask first.
Exchanging little nods of confirmation, they turn to face me again, and Misha straightens her posture as if she is about to deliver a speech.
Hee-chan, do you have anything you're really interested in?
Girls.
That won't kill you.
Well, anything can kill you, so no. I used to play soccer, but I'm not really into it. I don't follow the teams and players or anything like that. As of late, I usually just read a lot.
There is a book club, right, Shi-chan? Right, but it seems like they have all the members they could possibly have right now. Sorry, it's a really popular club. Okay, but more to the point, Hee-chan, does this mean that you don't have anything already in mind?
Not really.
Good, great. That's great, Hee-chan. Really great. Haha. Wahaha.
Why is it so great?
I don't know, I'm slowly getting Man-Dark vibes. No reason. Well, Hee-chan are in the clubs in the upcoming festival. There is one other thing. Student council.
I see. I didn't know this school had a student council. That was a very melodramatic setup, though, just to tell me that. I'm pretty sure the two of them know this, because Shizune looks a little embarrassed about it, and Misha is laughing. Shizune quickly retakes control of the discussion, in a manner of speaking. After all, it's still Misha who has to voice whatever she says.
Right. Hee-chan, maybe you should join the student council. They could use more people. Yes, definitely. You should definitely join.
Why?
Well, for one, we can hang out every day. Shi-chan and I are both in the student council. Actually, Shi-chan is the president.
I'm starting to get the suspicion that Shizune and Misha might not exactly be the most unbiased people to talk about this with. As if reading my mind, Shizune quickly adjusts her glasses and signs something to Misha.
Of course. We're not trying to get you to join just because we would obviously benefit from you joining the student council and therefore have an incentive to try and get you to.
So you're admitting that...
Nope. We admit nothing. I mean, of course, it would be nice if you joined and we'd appreciate it. But even without all of that, joining the student council shows a healthy interest in the workings of one school. Yep, it's true. Besides, don't you want to spend time with us after school?
I can't tell if she is being genuine or if this is just really good acting. Both of them seem to be trying hard to look their cutest, although they are already pretty cute to begin with. Well...
So it's settled then. Welcome to the student council.
What? No! No!
Aw, Shichi-chan, of course it wouldn't go so easily. Yep, that's right. That would be boring if they went that smoothly. Oh well, Shichi-chan knows me candy now.
We're betting on it? Hey, my life is not a game. It actually is, buddy. Quite literally. Shizune seems very intrigued by this when Misha signs it to her. The aggressive glint returns to her eyes.
Oh, but it is. Aha, that's interesting. Let's play a game.
Are you just skipping over saying Hichan?
Pretty much.
That's not what I said!
How about rich man, poor man, Hichan? If you lose, you have to join the student council.
No, absolutely not.
Aw, why not?
Well, because you two both have the same incentive and therefore the same goal, which is to get me to join the student council, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that isn't my goal. But what this means is that both of you can team up and I'll be at a clear disadvantage, so I will have to decline. Also, I don't know what the hell rich man, poor man is.
No, rich man, poor man, Hichan.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Hichan, I'm very offended. Are you saying you don't trust us and that we would pull something so disingenuous? That makes me sad.
Sorry. It's hard to tell where Shizune's influence ends and Misha's thoughts begin.
In order to atone for hurting our young girl's feelings, you should definitely join the student council.
No!
How about a game of paper football instead of rich man, poor man?
Paper football?
Yeah, it's a game they play in America. You make a paper triangle, then you try and shoot it past goalposts that the other person makes with their fingers. Isn't it cool? It's the ultimate form of competition between two people. And it's also played by elementary and middle school children. That means it's a game that separates the boys from the men.
More like the boys from the slightly older boys. Anyway, I'm not going to play that either. Just the fact you know about it means you're probably surprisingly good at it.
Haha, yeah, that's true. How'd you know?
Shizune frowns at Misha, telling me that she probably wasn't supposed to admit that so readily. I wouldn't say that I'm happy with their attempts to get me into the student council, but I'm a little curious about what the student council does here.
But what if we bribe you?
With what?
Ice cream?
Unlimited pizza.
I can't do unlimited.
Then no. I've never been on one before or even known anybody who was a member, so it interests me. I also kind of like Shizune and Misha, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
Apparently, Rich Man, Poor Man is called Daifugo. You play with a 52 card pack, and you try to get rid of your cards before the other players by playing cards that are stronger than the other ones.
Alright.
Huh. Is that like war?
I don't know. They have all kinds of different rules. Like a 2 is stronger than an ace, but Joker is the strongest card.
Okay, Hichan, how about Risk, the game of world domination?
I don't know what that is. That's the only one of these 3 games I've actually heard of.
Really?
I know.
Wait, you never heard of paper football?
Paper football is easy. You just get a wad of paper, you put your fingers up, and you try to flick the paper over the person's fingers.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
normally it's not a wad. Normally you get someone who actually knows how to fold the damn thing.
Yeah, no, I usually did not eat lunch with people, so
It's really fun. You fight for control of the world with armies and everything.
sounds like Shizune would be good at it.
You want to play? We can after school. Aw, really, Shichan? We can just play for fun, Hichan. Shichan hasn't played in a long time, so if you want to, there are no strings attached.
Well, okay.
Okay, perfect. We'll see you after school in the student council room then.
Wait, why there?
Because that's where we keep the game. Ha ha ha.
I grimace to tell him how much I do not like this, but it's more for show than anything. So So in the end, I agree, but only after getting Shizune to acknowledge that I don't mean anything concrete, just by accepting to take a look around and play a game with her. Lunch ends and we go back to class. Wait, isn't that war? I've only ever heard it as Risk, so...
Well, no, Risk is different from War because War is played with cars, whereas Risk is played with dice.
How have you not heard of paper football? Because if you could believe it, I didn't sit with other people at lunch.
We didn't do that kind of stuff when I was at lunch. I just saw other kids doing it when there was downtime.
No? It's not even lunch. Most know it through just media. No? I don't know it. During afternoon classes, the long-haired girl comes back and sits down in her seat without a word. Again, no one seems to notice, or if they do, no one says anything. I want to ask Misha about it, but I don't want to be nosy. After school, Shizune and Misha quickly find me by the first floor lobby and latch onto me, covering each flank in case I might try to escape. I feel a little offended, but I've been considering it. Nevertheless, I'm a bit disturbed that enough people have made a break for it in the past that they're on their guard. What's with the escort? This doesn't make me feel very comfortable. In fact, it makes me feel like a dangerous prisoner being transported to a cell.
Wah! What's wrong, Ichan? That's right, we're just going to play a game of Risk, remember?
I don't know, Misha. This all seems a little sinister to me. I started thinking that when we sit down to play the game, they'll tie me down and torture me until I agree to join the student council.
Maybe.
Well, that's highly unlikely, but still, for some reason, it just seems like it would be so plausible. Getting to the student council room is as simple as turning 2 corners from where we started. What? That's it? It just makes you guys being so on top of me seem a little silly.
That's not true. Shichan says that when their life is threatened, people have shown the capability to pull off superhuman bursts of speed.
Life is threatened? Her expression unchanging, Misha signs something amusedly to Shizune, who makes a baffling face and puts her hands behind her back, looking pleased with herself. Misha feigns deafness and hums cheerily. Stop that. I know you heard me. You have no excuse, unlike Shizune! Shizune opens the door to the student council room. It's a very plain, sparsely decorated room, although it is quite large, maybe even a little larger than a classroom. There's a big table in the center surrounded by chairs, and a smaller desk prominently placed in the back that I assume is Shizune's. There are a few regular desks and chairs stacked to one side as well. Extras, perhaps? Aside from the tables and chairs, the room doesn't have much else to offer. Just a couple of filing cabinets and bookshelves stacked with old-school records and documents. Not much else. In fact, nothing else. This is a pretty bleak room. They could at least put a potted plant in here or something. But the most noticeable thing that this room doesn't have is other people. Are we early?
No.
What do you mean, no? Does it mean nobody else is coming today?
Yeah, that's right.
Before I manage to ask why that's the case, Shizune claps her hands together very energetically.
Hey, John, let's play Risk. Come on, you promised, didn't you? You have to. Okay. Do you want to know the rules? We can explain it to you while we set everything up.
While Misha is talking, Shizune takes out what looks like a board game from behind one of the filing cabinets and throws it on the table. Actually, this looks kind of interesting. After Misha spends a little too long for her liking running through the basics with a somewhat vague and confusing tutorial, Shizune cuts in and declares the game has started with a decisive motion, slicing her arm through the air. Shizune's aggressiveness is rubbing off onto me. I start feeling more competitive than I intended to be when I agreed to this. Halfway into the game, so, 7 hours later. Also, this music. Halfway into the game, while I try to ponder how to defend against Shizune's assault from 2 fronts, she breaks my concentration by drumming her fingers on the table to get my attention.
Shichan wants you to know that you are taking too long to make a move. Shichan also says that she will let you keep Australia if you agree to join the student council.
I thought this was a game with no strings attached. Just the fact she would dangle that over my head as an offer means that she knows I care about the outcome of this game. And anyway, no.
Off topic, Max, I think you would appreciate the rhyming and alliteration of this thing I'm reading right now.
Oh?
Our next competitor is a brain rearranger who's no stranger to deranged danger. Large Scale Larry. Anyways. Shi-chan admires your fighting spirit and would be a benevolent dictator who will spare your people if you agree to join the student council. Okay, this is fun. Haha.
You're so competitive, Shizune. She seems to take this as a compliment. I would expect the student council president to be a little more magnanimous.
Magnanimous.
She doesn't seem to know what the word means or how it's signed, so she pulls out a piece of paper and writes it for Shizune, who in return signs it back to Misha. Misha presses her index fingers against her temple as if trying to physically imprint the word into her memory.
See, she can read.
Suddenly, Shizune bursts into a flurry of gestures. Misha looks daunted by the pace of her heated signing.
Wait, please slow down, Shi-chan. Yeah, Shi-chan says you're going to lose.
Tell her I will crush her world empire with my rebellion.
I feel like I need to play Risk at some point to see why people get into it so much.
Maybe we can play it in Tabletop Sim at some point.
I imagine we can. It's a basic tabletop game. Okay.
Those eyes of hers shine with childlike mischief.
Look at that fucking face she's making.
Yeah.
She says you have no chance if you keep playing like this. No, you won't. I don't fucking know, man.
It's probably a trap. It's likely that she's just trying to psych me out. Looking at the board again, I have a pretty good defense set up, but I'm not going to wreck it doing something reckless. A few turns later, I lose the game anyway. Well, alright then.
Don't worry, you lose no matter what choice you make.
I had a feeling. Shizune adjusts her glasses victoriously and allows herself to tentatively pump a fist in the air in celebration.
Haha, He-chan, you lost when you allowed me to take North America. I mean, Shi-chan, not me. Getting control of North America is ambitious because it provides a 5 army bonus, but you can attack it from 3 fronts, so you must defend them all. I thought you'd have more guts. How disappointing. Ambition, He-chan. Your play needs to be more daring. Ambition. 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 I was really excited when you took South America, but then you switched to playing defensively just because you gained a small advantage. That's no good. You didn't take enough risks. Trademark. And when you did, you didn't follow through. That's terrible.
Damn, what's to her if I played too carefully? There's no need to rub it in my face.
Yeah.
Or get in my face.
I wonder if you'd even be any good for the student council.
What's this, reverse psychology? I guess I don't have to worry about joining or not in that case.
Giving up just like that? I expected more of you.
Seriously, is Shizune trying to taunt me into joining the council? Besides, I don't even want to join. It's only my second day. I can't make that kind of commitment. I haven't even taken a look at any other clubs yet. And these two, they're a little weird. Fine, I'll consider joining the council, but I want to take a look at the clubs before I decide.
Really, He-chan? You're not just saying that to make us feel better?
Yeah, I'm just not sure that I want to.
Aww. Okay, He-chan, but we're not going to give up so easily. You said maybe. There's still a chance you'll come around. Come on, we can really have fun. We can play more Risk. I mean, one day you could beat me unless we graduate before that.
That doesn't make me feel any less reluctant about joining, you know.
Spectre, you're being a drama queen. Waha, surely you're not that horrible of board games. Maybe we can play a game you know then, to give you a handicap.
I might have said that just to make you feel better after all.
Aw, that's cold.
Yeah, I would not enjoy this situation where, like, no matter what you say, they turn it into a taunt. I would just get up and leave. I take a glance at the clock on the wall and realize I've spent far longer playing Risk than I expected. Sorry, I think I have to go. Wanted to go to the library. It's not closed yet, is it? Shizune scratches her head and gestures at Misha. How hard can it be to determine whether the library is open? There's a clock right there on the wall.
Alright, let me read out this next one to you, Max. Bear in mind the person is talking about is what appears to be a cloak holding a sword.
Alright.
He's a sword master who forecasts disaster so fast you'll be aghast to the very last. It's the great Invisible.
This reminds me of Inviso Bill.
It should be, unless the librarian is absent. I think you're right, Shichon. We think the library is open. It's on the second floor. Can't miss it. Do you want to show you where it is?
No thanks, it's okay. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. Duh, different zombie.
One flight of stairs up and I run into problems. The second floor hallway is a carbon copy of the third floor one. Wide, of course, and plain like only hallways can be. The problem is that the library's whereabouts are not as easily determined as one would think. The classrooms are marked with signs stating which class they belong to, but then there's a plethora of other unmarked rooms. Is the library one of them, or is it just somewhere down the hallway? I bet on the latter and choose my direction at random. After I turn around the corner, an unmarked door draws my attention because it is not closed. It's not open either, though, just barely ajar so that I can see it's open and nothing else. It would make sense for the library door to be invitingly open, and while this one is not quite that, it's good enough.
Someone's not genre savvy about visual novels.
At the very least, it means that someone is inside and I can ask for directions, no matter how embarrassing that is. I gingerly push on the center of the door with my fingertips, every muscle in my arm ready to pull back at a moment's notice. The feeling of being an outsider to this school can't be shaken from my mind, so much so that I instinctively fear doing something wrong by entering. The door slowly creaks as if groaning from a deep sleep, though it was much easier to open than I anticipated. Leaning over and poking my head ever further inside to gain the sight of the room as fast as possible, the meek "Hello" on my lips is quickly snatched away.
Oh.
This is not as I was expecting. I mindlessly let the door open to its full extent, taking in the sight of the solitary figure taking center stage in the otherwise abandoned room. The situation steals my voice, leaving me standing at the doorway staring at the beautiful girl. Evidently having taken her time to assess the situation, the girl gently puts down her teacup and opens her eyes but doesn't look at me. Tim, do you want to be this person?
I could. This is the girl I would have gone for if I played the game all the way through.
Alright,
Blonde hair, blue eyes.
fitting then.
Hello there. May I help you?
Staring directly in front of herself, the movements of her lips seem to break the silence rather than the words. However, it's the soft, measured voice that reminds me she's a being separate from the room itself. Not only is she likely the tallest girl I've ever laid eyes on, but even among the foreigners I've met, she's strikingly distinct. Hi? Sorry for intruding, I was just kind of lost. She takes a moment to formulate a response before speaking. Every action she takes feels as if it's carefully choreographed beforehand.
Care to take a seat?
Unexpected, considering that I'm intruding upon her. Thanks. I slowly step towards another seat opposite her, the girl resting the teacup and saucer on the wooden table in between. The way she doesn't track my movements with her head is telling. That, and the slight cloudiness to her eyes means she must be at least partially blind, like Kenji. Ah, this is the blind girl. Come to think of it, her voice doesn't have any detectable accent either. I guess she must be half Japanese. As I take my seat, her composure takes me slightly off guard. Her air of relaxed confidence makes the silence entirely comfortable. The calming atmosphere is so very different from the student council office.
I take it you're a new student to Yamaku?
Yeah, I just transferred in yesterday. I get the distinct feeling my speech patterns don't match the formality of hers, accentuated by her restrained bow of greeting. One which I hasten to match before realizing the futility of the action.
I'm Lily Sato. Pleased to meet you.
Hisao Nakai. She gives a nod before gesturing roughly in the direction of her teacup.
Would you care for a drink?
Sure. As much as it pains me, I can't keep step with her formality in the proceedings. She gives a kind nod, taking the request in stride. Without another word, she steps off the chair and prepares a second cup of tea from a collection of supplies laid out along a shelf. A brush here, a brush there, her left hand often lightly touching the side of whatever container she's pouring into. It seems to be a process she's followed dozens of times before. As I lean sideways to see around her back, she seems to use her long, dainty finger to measure the right amount of water in the cup. It's one thing to see the different disabilities the students in my class have, but it's quite another to see how everyone seems to adapt. Shizune and Misha have no problem working together to communicate to me, and Lily herself seems to have workarounds for problems I'd never thought of. While I feel slightly guilty about her doing the work, she seems pleased to be following the correct process of the offerer preparing the drink.
So,
Her soft voice brings me out of my silent observance.
which room were you looking for? It's not often this classroom is visited after school.
The school library. Shizune some classmates told me it was on this floor. She finishes pouring water into the teacup as she nods, a small metallic tapping coming from the teacup indicating it being stirred.
I'm aware of Miss Hakamichi, as are most students. To be with them means you're in class 3-3, no?
That's right, in the science room with Muto. She gives a small giggle before setting down the teaspoon and slowly walking towards the table, teacup and saucer in hand.
He's quite a character. I imagine you'll come to like him. Most do.
As she sets down the tea, I gently take it and have a sip. I'm really more of a coffee person, but this seems like a rather bad moment to bring it up. Nonetheless, the smell's quite nice. I hardly think it'll be hard to choke down. Thanks, Sato. Tastes really nice. She smiles and quickly waves her hand in front of her face.
Lily, please. There's no need to be too formal.
She says this in spite of her exceedingly well-bred speech. Oh well. I guess I should try and ask her about herself, as it really does seem as if she's catering to me. So, which class are you from? I imagine it's one of the third-year classes.
Correct. I'm in class 3-2, which is on the third floor, same as yours. It's taught by Miyagi, and is specifically for both blind and partially blind students.
I see. Sorry. I feel like slapping myself for the faux pas. Looking at her face, though, she doesn't seem in the least bit put off by it.
My, there's no need to change your speech on my account.
Sure. Sorry, I guess I'm really showing my newness here.
An environment like this would be a big change, so I can't fault you for it. Well, the same can't be terms with their conditions.
A category which would include her, it seems. All too ready to jump ship for this particular topic, I segue into another. Do you come here to drink tea often? It's a really nice place. Thinking on it, this might be her version of the place behind my school that I like to have lunch at.
I come here fairly often during lunchtimes. My duties as class representative don't leave me enough time for an official club, so a friend and I use this room for having tea.
Class representative, huh? Compared to Shizune, her mannerisms seem to be almost completely opposite. While Shizune's blunt and fiercely driven, Lily seems relaxed and calm, almost aloof. Come to think of it, she might be useful for a less biased view of the school's clubs. What kinds of clubs are there to join?
The more popular ones are the track and field club, which uses the field near the school during lunchtimes, the baseball club, and the book club in a room near the library. There are also numerous small ones too, Though, though, such as art and music clubs.
Is there a gaming club? At a time when I'm just wanting to get on my feet, rushing into a club right away seems slightly unappealing. I wonder if this school shares the same rule as my old one. Is it compulsory to join a club?
It isn't, though it is encouraged.
Good, that's a relief. I've really let down my guard around this girl let such a thing slip out. The fact seems to slightly amuse her. Not wanting my tea to get cold, I finally start drinking it as Lily does the same. As I look over to the window over her shoulder, I notice the light coming into the room has a distinctly orange tint. Even here, time doesn't stand still. Oh, the time's gone quickly. Is this music louder than the other music was?
A little bit.
Yeah. Just lower it a little. Huh, time's gone quickly.
Sorry?
Right, she's blind. Of course she can't see the sun setting. It just looks like the sun's starting to set. It seems to come as a surprise for her. I guess she must have lost track of the time.
Sorry, Sal. I didn't mean to keep you from the library for so long.
I quickly move to allay her concern. No, it's okay. The library's still open, isn't it? She pauses and takes a moment to think on it. It's probably something I should have asked Shizune when I had the chance, but Lily seems likely to know in any case.
True. It's open until 6:30 during weekdays.
A quick glance at my watch confirms I have well enough time to get there. I might get going in that case. It's been nice talking with you, Lily. She smiles and gives a deep nod, her hands still neatly folded on the table in front of her.
It was my pleasure. Oh, come to think of it, shall I show you to where the library is?
I couldn't possibly ask for more help. I should be able to find it all right. Well, unless my navigational skills fail me. Which they seem to have a habit of doing.
It's alright. I was going to be talking to the librarian there in any case. I can introduce you.
This gets better and better. It's pretty hard to deny her offer. If you're sure, then that'd be great. Thanks. As she stands up to follow me, she takes hold of a straight, retractable cane that had been slipped in the handle of her bag on the floor. Also, she has a much longer skirt, so I think it is just a style thing. Compared to the cane the boy in my class had, Lily's looks much longer and thinner. His must be for support, whereas Lily's is for navigation. Together, we leave the peaceful room and enter the empty hallway on the way to the library. Fucking zombie painting. Side by side, my pace carefully slowed to match hers. We slowly walk through the hallway.
I like how this is obviously the same hallway, but they put a different painting at the end.
I mean, hallways in schools don't really look different. So, it doesn't take long for us to arrive at the door to the warm-looking room, apparently situated in the center of the floor rather than either wing. Ladies first. She gives an appreciative smile at the gesture, taking the lead as we file in. To the left is the wooden library counter, with the library proper being on the right. It easily dwarfs my old school's library, with the distinct smell of old books giving the place an almost old-world air. There don't seem to be a lot of students here. Considering the time, it isn't a big surprise. Everyone's probably either in the school grounds or the dorms.
Yuko, are you here?
She says it in thin air since the librarian doesn't seem to be present, and of course Lily can't see this. What's unexpected is that it draws a reaction. Something from under the counter thuds against it, followed by a quiet wail. I don't know who this is yet.
I forgot the librarian also had a sprite.
The origin, apparently the librarian, quickly crawls out and bounces up to extremely rigid attention. Hi, Lily. How can I help you? Her voice
By the way, since this isn't a Persona game, you cannot get with the librarian.
Hey, you can't get with the librarian in Persona 5 either, so... I don't know if there is a... No, there isn't a librarian, I don't think. Anyway. Her voice is strained in a failing attempt to sound casual, and she's rubbing the back of her head.
Good afternoon. What happened just now? I heard a strange noise.
It's nothing. I just hit my head.
See, I dropped an eraser under my desk, and while I was looking for it, a pencil dropped, and when I was looking for both of them, you came and surprised me.
Are you alright? I'm sorry, I couldn't know.
It's okay. It's okay. Sorry for making you worry. This is nothing. I've had worse happen to me.
She's quick to reverse Lily's apologies, almost frantically trying to push aside the possibility that she could be in any way inconvenienced by bashing her head on the counter.
Yes, worse things have happened.
The girl fidgets with her fingers as Lily doesn't seem to drop her concerned expression, and then she shuffles some papers around the counter for no reason. A little shorter than Lily, replete with glasses, freckles, and a very troubled look, she seems to fit a library perfectly.
Lily, did you get my message?
Message. Oh, the 2 imported books that arrived.
Right, they finally came. I can't believe it took so long, but...
Amidst her celebrations, partially for managing to change the topic, I'm sure, she notices me from the corner of her eye and freezes on the spot when she does.
Oh no, I'm sorry for not noticing you before. Did you need to check out a book? Or return one? I'm sorry.
The way she could so quickly shift between moods is a little unsettling.
He's with me, Yuko. This is Hisao, a new student. Hisao, this is Yuko, the school librarian.
Pleased to meet you.
Hisao, right. Hisao, pleased to meet you too, Hisao.
For a second, she visibly attempts to engrave the name on her mind so she won't forget.
Yuko often arranges to import foreign books in Braille for me. Would you like to tell Hisao a little something about the library?
Lily's innocent suggestion is met with an expression of abject terror.
Please, Lily, I can't.
Shut up, motorcycle!
Please, Lily, I can't. I don't know what he could be interested in. This is too much responsibility.
How it's any responsibility at all I don't get, but her objection is so sincere I don't doubt for a second that she would rather disembowel herself on the spot than tell me where the light novels are.
But...
So there are a lot of books in Braille here? I attempt to save the day by asking the first thing that pops into my head. It seems to work at least partially, as Yuko seems to not exactly relax, but at least look slightly less tense.
Well, I think about a third or a fourth of Yamaku's library is either in Braille or audio.
Makes sense, given all the blind students that'd be here. If it's only that, how come this library is so big in the first place?
Well, we get a lot of new books regularly because the library is adequately endowed. That's probably why.
I'm never able to, think of the word endowed as meaning anything other than... yeah.
I spend more on new books than on my salary, and then I have to organize and shelve all of them. It's so troublesome and they weigh so much. I wish I could quit this job.
A very awkward silence follows this revelation of too much information. I'll go check the aisles then, if you don't mind. It's probably best for all of us if she doesn't keep talking to me.
Very well. Meanwhile, Yuko, I would have those books if it's alright with you.
My first impression was right. The library is surprisingly big. Ambling down the narrow aisles, I study the spines of the books in random order, occasionally sliding one out to read the blurb, taking it with me if it looks good. In a few moments, I have a respectable stack of books in my arms. I guess I'll never be stuck for choice in here. The normality of the library sinks in. Sure, there are large printed Braille books scattered throughout, but it is what it is, a library. It's as if the calm mood from the room I had tea with Lily in snuck with us in here, unless it was here to begin with. Something about that puts me at ease, just like before. I reach the end of the aisle and find a collection of desks set up for study or personal reading. Going a little further, though, I discover a nice quiet corner at the back. While the rest of the library has the odd student sitting at a desk either reading or stealthily sleeping, the back is pretty much deserted. As I glance around, I see someone who I recognize sitting on one of several beanbags. Hey, are we finally going to meet her? It's the dark-haired girl from my class, the one who snuck out of the classroom earlier. She's reading a book, keeping it close to her face, which makes her look like she's really into it. From the way she was acting today, I had her pegged as more of a delinquent than a bookworm. In fact, her mysterious disappearance from the class raises all sorts of whys in my head. Intrigue floats slowly but surely towards the surface, and before I know it, I'm walking towards the mysterious long-haired girl. I guess there's no harm in introducing myself as I would with anyone else. She's a classmate, after all.
Walking over to another beanbag, I take a seat and lay my books beside it. The girl starts, looking scaredly up at me from underneath her fringe. This is the first time I've seen her this close. Underneath her long, dense bangs, I can see that part of her face, at least a third if not half, is pretty badly scarred. My eyes are immediately drawn to the scars, subconsciously peeking past her hair until they meet her own eyes. For a second, I am shocked, and divert my eyes to the book in her hand before I realize that looking away probably only makes it worse. It takes too many seconds to collect myself and remember what I walked up to her for.
I would think start with something low energy.
I was thinking the bottom one because that's more like being casual and not... I don't know if it's necessarily polite to, like, avoid acknowledging when you startle someone. I don't know.
I think it's polite to acknowledge that you did.
Okay. I'll say that one then. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Alright, who wants to be her? Rhino? You're already Misha? Do you want to be the... I'm assuming the shy girl?
Yeah, I was like, you gotta get a girl at some point.
I'm the librarian.
How was that, by the way? I tuned that out because I was talking to Mom.
She's not that important.
Alright.
Yeah, Tim says we can't romance her, so she's just another character.
That's a shame. She had a cute design.
Yeah.
There's, I believe, 2 more girls after this that'll become relevant.
So there's this girl, Lily, Shizune, Misha, and then 2 others. I do know of one of them. Like, I know names. I don't know necessarily who they're attached to. I do know the disability of one of the others. I do know that one of them has no arms.
The other one has no legs.
Ah, okay, touching on all the bases. So, deaf, blind, no arms, no legs, and I guess scarred?
Burn scars, that's why she hides her face.
Gotcha.
And there's Misha, who doesn't have anything as far as we know.
It feels weird that one of the dateable options is a character that just doesn't have their disability said. It feels a little odd. Are you sure Misha actually has her own route and it's not just she's important on Shizune's route?
No, you can romance Misha too. I guess they wanted to have one non-disabled girl you could choose if you wanted.
Huh. Right now, I'm definitely not interested in Shizune because her personality is very,
I think Shizune is overall the least popular option.
she's a little too dominant, if that makes sense.
I know people like Lily because she's pretty and nice, and they like this girl, Hanako, because, you know, she's the shy girl that you can bring out of her shell. And people also like No Arms Girl, Emmy, because she's really chill and she's into art.
Yeah, right now, I think out of the ones I've seen, I think I'm leaning toward, I want to wait and see them all since it's an actual dating sim. I think I'm leaning mostly towards this girl, because Lily seems a little boring to me.
Wait, I got that wrong. No Legs Girl is Emmy, No Arms Girl is Rin.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, right now I'm leaning towards this girl. Lily seems kind of boring. Shizune, I don't like her personality that much. I get she's not, like, trying to be rude or anything, but she comes off as a little too dominant and kind of arrogant a little bit.
Obviously you haven't met Emmy or Rin yet, but on first impressions I thought you would like Hanako.
Yeah, I definitely do like her. Right now I'm getting a lot of Bernadetta from Fire Emblem Three Houses vibes, so... Misha right now I'd say is in second place, then Lily, then Shizune, and then we'll see about Emmy and Rin. But anyway, Rhino, go ahead.
Sorry, I was... 1 second.
Oh, okay.
I had a text from work.
Are they calling you in or something, or?
Maybe about something. inspector's barking outside. So before I get into voicing this girl, let me go let him in so he shuts up. Although knowing Cam, he's just going to make this an issue for the next few hours, so I'm going to trap him in.
All right.
1 second.
Fun fact, major burn scars are some of the worst because you don't regrow sweat and oil glands. I'll admit, I know pretty much nothing about, like, burn scars and whatnot, aside from that they suck.
Yeah, like they're depending on where they are, how they are, there can be constant pain. If they're on your hands, it can be very difficult to move your fingers. They have to graft entire other parts of skin from non-essential areas like your back to replace it.
Yeah. I'm wondering if, like, having burn scars on your face is enough of a disability to really be here. I wonder if there's something else to it. Because, like, I've seen people at my school who have, like, burn scars and whatnot. There was somebody at my school who was, like, in a wheelchair, like, and, like, pretty much could not move anything except, like, his hands barely and his head. And he was an awesome guy. His name was Jason. He's awesome. But
and I was in the special needs PE class because asthma, and one of the students who wasn't there all the time, but he was there sometimes, he was completely blind, but he also tried out for the lightweight wrestling squad. His name is Lewis.
damn.
But yeah, interesting burn scar fact.
Yeah.
Alright. It's okay.
The girl certainly doesn't look like it's okay, but I let it slide. So, do you mind if I sit here? She seems to be very uncertain whether it's okay for me to, or not for me to sit. Finally, she nods, just a little. Ah, so she does mind, so I will leave. I hate the whole, like, do you mind sort of thing, because then, like, literally any other way you could possibly ask the question, yes means do it, no means don't, and then do you mind is the other way around for no fucking reason. I hate it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, that eye and ear are fucked. She is literally half blinded, probably half deaf. Ah, that explains it. I take the seat next to her and she hides herself behind her book. Life of Pi. Never heard of it. 3.14159. So, sorry again for startling you. I'm Hisao. She looks up from her book, stalling a little before replying.
I know. We are in the same class.
Her speech is stilted and so quiet that it is barely even audible in the still library. Somehow I think that my delinquent impression of her was wrong.
Hanako. I'm Hanako.
Happy Hanako. I resist the urge to say that's a nice name just to have something to say, but really it's the only thing I can think of. I feel like an idiot. Everyone here must be used to being different to each other, and here I am being all bothered and fussed about that kind of thing. Don't let me interrupt your reading. I'll just check these books if you don't mind. She nods a little and sighs a little sigh of relief. So I try to read the covers and the introductions of the books I picked up, and she buries her face in her book. Uncomfortable silence consumes us. My eyes still wander to her direction, and I sneak peeks at her flowing hair and the scars it's hiding. After a while, I realize that she's doing the same and only pretending to be immersed in Life of Pi. Her gaze is not inquisitive at all, though. It darts around like a scared rabbit. When our gazes finally meet, the chain reaction is unstoppable. Jesus! She knocked over the background! She stands up forcefully from the beanbag and takes a deep breath.
Aye,
Captain. Aye?
I gotta go do something.
Without warning, Hanako takes off and runs towards the counter. Her hair-like takeoff catches me so off guard that I don't manage to go after her until she has a good head start. By the time I reach the counter, she is nowhere to be seen. Lily and Yuko are happily chatting away. Knowing that I won't be able to catch Hanako myself, I approach the girls. Please don't ask Lily, did you see her run by? I'm expecting that to happen. Hey, did you notice a girl run past here? Maybe. What did she look like? Long, dark hair, kind of shy. She had some scars on her face.
You wouldn't be talking about Hanako, would you?
Yeah, that's her. I saw her reading and tried to talk to her, but I think I scared her off or something.
Oh dear. Yuko, would you excuse me? I'd better try and find her.
Sure. I'll just hold on to these till you come back. What's going on?
I'm sorry, but I'll have to explain it to you some other time.
Right. I'll see you later then. Lily hastily grabs her cane and hurries out of the library, leaving me alone with Yuko. I don't think I'll ever get the hang of this place. Did I do something wrong? What did you do? Nothing. I was just looking for some books, and then she got this fit and ran off. Most offending thing I could think of was that I might have looked at her general direction a few times. Well, she is a very timid girl. You have to be very careful around her. She can be very jumpy, I think, and she's not accustomed to talking with other people. Isn't that a bit strange? I wonder. It's just how she is, I think. Yuko doesn't sound all that convincing. Then again, maybe this is just the norm around here. Everyone has their own problems, or else they wouldn't be here. How should I deal with these people? Forcing myself to act overly casual only makes me feel phony. Like I was supposed to be ignoring the elephant in the room. Yuko fidgets, looking like she wants to say something to that, but resists it. I think it's an elephant only if you feel that way. I guess she doesn't have a good sense of self-restraint. It makes me smile, and she blushes heavily. What? That sounds stupid? No, it sounded really wise. I guess you're right. It's more about me than anyone else. Neither of us has anything to add, so Yuko fills the silence by shuffling some papers around. I was about to say, everybody in this fucking game keeps shuffling papers. And people who have papers on the desk really like doing that. Rhino, you ever notice that this always happens with, like, every single, like, pretty much any game that has like first person narration? The game always knows exactly what I'm about to say. I imagine you were drinking or something there, but you sounded like Bane for a moment.
I am drinking.
Did you find any books? I should be closing soon. I mean, this library should be closing, but I have to do it. I hope that's not too inconvenient for you. Oh, yeah, I want some books, but I left them over there because I'll just go get them. I fetched my stack of books from beside the beanbags where Hanako and I were sitting and returned to the counter. Wow, you read a lot, don't you? I surprised myself with that too, honestly, at least when I really think about it. I had a lot of free time earlier this year, so I just kind of started reading books to fill that time. I couldn't do much else. I see. But she doesn't say anything else and just checks out my books for me. I guess this is what they call tact. Hey, no creepy zombie painting! Holding the library books with one arm, I trawl my pocket for the key to the door. A sudden sound from behind startles me, making me nearly drop the books I'm carrying, or the key that I almost managed to get into the lock.
Who is it?
I turn around to see who is talking to me. It's Kenji. He seems to be in a friendly mood, although the light glinting off his glasses in the dark gives him a sinister look. It's just me. This makes him pause and lick his lips nervously.
Who is me? I don't know anyone called me. Are you some new guy again?
His voice is suddenly strained and quick. Yes, but we've met before, yesterday.
I don't think so. I remember someone who I met only yesterday. When was it? What day is today?
I try to ignore him. Is he joking or what?
Prove that we've met before.
You live across the hall. You're Kenji. Kenji jumps back, his eyes filled with an uncomprehending fear.
How do you know my name? Damn, this only means one of two things. Either we have that and you are telling the truth and I just can't remember it, or you're a spy!
He pauses.
A psychic spy.
His eyes dart around me, trying to peek into my room, although it's hard to believe he can see anything through those thick glasses. His mood swung from friendly to manic in less than a minute. I'm not psychic.
How do I know that? I'm not a mind reader.
Kenji points a finger in my face damningly.
Unlike you!
Stop that, man. We met yesterday. What's wrong with you? I live in this room.
Give him your name, idiot. Lies! If you think you can pass as Isao because I'm legally blind, you are sorely mistaken. You don't even look like him. I mean, the resemblance is real slim. Maybe at a distance, but who do you think you're kidding?
I want to grab him by the shoulders and shake him. Exasperated, I rub my eyes and let out a heavy sigh.
Stay there.
Kenji comes closer, one careful step at a time. I stay still lest he assault me physically, although I doubt he could do much damage even if he did.
Oh, wait, I see it now. Damn, it really is you.
Sighing again, and then once again for good measure, I step backwards just in case.
What's up, man? You don't look too good, I think. Is something wrong?
I don't know. Just had something stupid happen to me. A few stupid things, actually. Even if you discount this one. I can't get a proper touch on other people here, and I have no idea if it's because of me or because of them. I don't know why I'm telling this to Kenji. Not like we've had any contact either.
Yeah, it's rough, buddy. Yeah, I'm sorry about calling you a psychic spy and all, but we can never be too careful. It's the hard reality we live in.
I'm slowly starting to think that Kenji isn't necessarily living in the same reality as the rest of us.
You see, this is how it is, this world. There is no justice. You see, even when I lose, I win because I don't lose the lesson.
What does that even mean?
It doesn't matter.
He dismisses it flatly with a wave of his hand.
So what happened? Why the long face? Do you...
He's starting to slip into old man voice.
So what happened? Why the long face? Do you have a long face?
It's nothing. I just scared some girl off accidentally. Literally two. She actually ran away from me. It was my fault, really. I think. I'm not really used to all this yet.
A girl. A cute one.
Cute? It's a hard question. She got a nice body and really beautiful hair, but the face. I guess it could go either way. Yeah, she was cute. Yeah, cute, I guess.
I knew it! There are a lot of cute girls here. A strangely disproportionate amount. I believe this is one of the dark secrets of this school. I tried to warn you, man, but did you listen?
I don't remember any such warning. Dark secrets?
Yes, dark secrets. Extremely dark, like a black hole. Have you noticed that the number of girls in the school is slightly but significantly higher than the number of boys? It's like 60-40.
This guy is becoming my favorite kind of voice. He turns his head to the left and stares off into the distance at nothing.
Why is it like this? I mean, to the untrained eye, it doesn't appear to be that bad, but that is a full 20%! One would think that a school with such a huge pool of women would be a man's dream, but no! What I am about to tell you could blow your mind! Are you ready?
I don't know where this is going, but I think I won't be missing much by cutting out now. No, I am not ready. I only get as far as turning the doorknob before Kenji starts talking again, showing that he doesn't really care if my mind is blown or not.
I believe that this school is a battleground, the site of a feminist infiltration. This disparity in the number of men to women is a clear sign of how far they have come.
Jesus Christ, the music.
In case this Cold War turns hot, they will have superiority in numbers. Just another skirmish, the eternal war against the forces of the feminists. They're everywhere. In Japan, women outnumbered men. It's not a 60-40 split, but it's only a matter of time, man.
I told you his thing was paranoia.
Even in America, women are the majority by a hair. They're building up their numbers. In the past, the buildup of a military has always been the clearest sign of imminent war. Japan is just a first step. Our economy is badass, and the country itself is small and isolated, yet a huge part of the Pacific in terms of political value. The perfect target. They're so cunning. It's expected of women. Soon, the day will come when...
Kenji's voice trails off ominously.
That is why you can't trust them. They will string you along and then kill you just as they killed me! You will end up just like me!
Oh, hell no. I can't stop myself from blurting it out.
Hey, what the hell does that mean?
You said it, not me. It's the best I can think of.
So? You're not supposed to say something like that! I'm so rude. Where was I? Oh yeah, vast feminist conspiracy!
Stop it. Stop! I lost you way, way, way back there somewhere. Somewhere around feminist infiltration.
Too hard to follow? It's cool. I have some graphs and stuff in my room. And puppets. You like puppets?
No puppets!
You don't like puppets, okay. Graphs are still cool though, right?
He speaks
Look
energetically.
at this grass.
Look at this puppet! He speaks energetically, responding almost before I'm done talking, moving his hands in an animated way as he continues to rant on. I think his thing is drug addiction. This is too strange. I had him pegged as relatively normal, but it's clear that I was wrong.
Is something on your mind, dude?
Just thinking about what it's like to be the last sane man in an insane world. Kenji frowns, looking deeply upset.
You mean that's you? That can't be. Because I'm the last sane man in the insane world. And it's my dream. And to steal a man's dream. What the hell? They're having two last sane men. It would invalidate that whole last part. That part is kind of important. There can only be one! Like in that Ford movie where there can only be one. And in the end, there's only one dude left. Because that was the point.
He's not wrong, but
Is it bad that, I think he's third place for me.
You can go down the Kenji route just to hear him talk more.
The only thing that's putting me off right now is that he's talking about, like, against the feminists and whatnot, and I assume, considering how old this game is, that's probably, like, meant to actually be misogynistic, not talking about, idiots who just call themselves feminists. I have never seen anyone talk so heatedly and so defensively about absolutely nothing before.
Anyway, if you wait here, I can get my graphs. I also have a list of the other dark and complex conspiracies that the school holds, as tangled as... Quick, finish my analogy for me. Be a pal.
I'm going to go to bed now. It's extremely late.
That doesn't sound like an analogy, but whatever! I like you. You seem like a cool dude. Most people don't understand what I'm talking about when I try to explain the vast feminist conspiracy to them. Denial is a terrible thing. Later.
First scene, man, I hate this guy. Second scene, man, I love this guy.
It shouldn't come as much of a shock because the other side characters are pretty boring, but this guy was voted 4chan's favorite side character.
soundboard.
Oh, yeah, hang on. Soundboard. Me walking down the hallway. Kenji opens the door. Me, why do I hear boss music?
I am the storm that is approaching.
He claps me on the back and then vanishes into his room so quickly and quietly it's like he didn't even open the door but instead walked right through it like a ghost. Oh god, even my speech is starting to become less comma-filled. I don't know if I can fully digest what just happened, so I give up and just go to my room, kicking off my shoes before falling face first into bed. It takes me some time to relax and get up so I can get started on homework. It's because the sheets are cool and comforting against my cheeks, and it feels good just lying there with my eyes closed.
This school is like some kind of bizarre and surreal island. It's isolated on top of a mountain, and each person is stranger than the last. I just can't seem to fit in. What irony. One would think that fitting in a place that's made for people who are unfit for anywhere else would be easy. Ah, the Isle of Misfit Toys situation. Give me a second here. I hate when, like, the inside of your ear itches when you're wearing headphones. Maybe I'm trying too hard. Although I say that, it doesn't help take the edge off, and the words are left echoing off my empty walls.
I hate when you hear those stories about someone putting on their headphones, it itching, them taking them off, and then finding there's a spider in them.
Thanks, Rhino, because you had to check my headphones. You're an asshole. I should make you voice Kenji. I guess not as bad as I expected. This place really is more a school and less a hospital pretending it's a school than I thought it would be. If nothing else, the scenery is beautiful. I opened one eye, seeing the school books and bottles of pills arranged side by side on my desktop. Maybe this place is too much like a normal school after all. Hopefully we meet the other two girls today. I want to try to meet all the dateable options this stream. I feel very tired this morning, probably because yesterday itself was a very tiring day. On top of that, I woke up far earlier than necessary. After saying hi to Shizune and Misha, I start doing the work as instructed from the board. It already looks like today is going to be heavy.
Well, you met 2 girls the first day and 2 girls the second day, so maybe it'll work out.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with that now, though. Shizune and Misha might jump on me trying to get an answer about whether or not I've decided to join the student council, even if it's just one day. I wouldn't put it past them to try, and I don't have an answer for them if they do. So this situation is convenient for me. About 10 minutes into class, Hanako walks in and takes a seat, but no one looks at her. The teacher doesn't even comment on her lateness. He does, however, stop us to say that we're going to break into groups again. I turn my head and see that Shizune and Misha are looking at me. Shizune gives me a smile that is equal parts cute and menacing. This is a smile that says, "We have you now. There is no escape."
Hee-chan, looks like we're together again. Yay, yay.
Misha leans sideways while Shizune pushes her desk closer to mine. There really is no escape now unless I were to jump through the window.
I consider it.
Jumping out the window isn't the best option, sadly.
What's wrong, Hee-chan? Oh, Hee-chan, have you been thinking about what you said yesterday? You said that you would think about joining the student council, didn't you? It's okay, Hee-chan. We were talking about after you left, and it would be rude to expect you to already have an answer for us this early, right? Right? Ha ha ha.
I'm so happy you two are able to have a laugh at my expense, and even more pleased to know that you both know how crazy the two of you can be. Now that that's over, Shizune snaps back into serious mode and smacks today's assignment with the back of her hand in an overly dramatic and important way. Just imagining,
This
like...
baby could hold so much homework.
Phoenix Wright tapping the paper. When I actually look at the stuff, it's mostly just reading. In fact, there are only 2 problems. I almost want to say something about how her rush to get started seems a bit much, considering the small amount of work. In fact, Shizune probably knows how little there is and simply doesn't care. Yeah, it seems like the workload doesn't matter to her as much as the fact that there is work. The actual amount is unimportant. She approaches everything with the same level of ambition. Okay, hearing that reminds me of this video that I saw, like, yesterday that points out that, the most respectable thing about Luigi from, like, the Mario and Luigi games is, like, yes, he's afraid of everything, but he's afraid of everything to the same level, in that he is scared of a spider in the bathroom the same as he is scared of a world-ending threat, which is, oh no, I don't like this, I guess we'll deal with it now. He has no sense of scale.
While I'm reading, I let my eyes wander around the room and catch Hanako trying her hand at solving the problems. It looks like she's working alone. I can't remember seeing her working with other people before. Sylvia, it's probably on your end because I am not seeing anything about dropped frames aside from like a bit like really early on in the stream. So
Is it bad that I look at Hanako and I get slight Ring Girl vibes?
I get what you mean. It's because of, like the long hair.
Long hair, the hiding the face,
Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
the thin build.
Well, it's not as bad as other people calling her Bacon Girl.
Rude.
Holy shit, Tim.
It's like I didn't make the memes.
I know, but the fact that I'm now aware of it. Thinking back to how shy she is understandable. Okay, who else in school would be told, all right, work in groups, and then you would be the one who would try to be like, oh, everyone else is already in a group, I guess I'll work alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whenever a class had an even number of people, I was always annoyed because then whenever they said work in pairs, I was like, well, I don't have an excuse now. Hey, that girl over there. Misha.
Oh. Huh? Who? Hichan?
Her, Hanako, over there. Does she always work alone?
I think so. Do you feel sorry for her because she's alone?
I was just thinking that maybe she could work with us or something.
No, I don't think that would be a good idea.
Why not?
Hichan wouldn't get along with her.
Why? Misha shuffles around the question, letting out a laugh that sounds very strange. It's nervous, but still has that lilting up and down quality present in everything she says.
Just because, Hichan.
Did these two have like a falling out at some point or something? That's my guess. By now, Shizune has noticed our conversation, and it makes me realize again how Misha has been signing everything she has been saying this whole time.
What, Hichan? The friend of my enemy is my enemy? Not so harsh. I'm not going to say that.
You said it anyway.
I know, Hichan. It's fine if you overhear.
I wonder if this is Misha's way of keeping things fair, since without her, I wouldn't be able to understand a thing Shizune is saying, and vice versa. Is that also why she signs all the time, so there's never a conversation Shizune will be left out of?
Anyway, we should start on the problems now, Hichan.
We finish with time to spare, and I decide to ask if there are any alternatives to the cafeteria, as frankly, the food so far has been subpar. This sends Shizune and Misha arguing amongst themselves about their favorite restaurants. All of them are downtown, so I don't think we have the time to go all the way there. What about the bill? Are they arguing just for the fun of it? Maybe. They seem so distracted by it that they don't even notice the start of the actual lunch break. I look over my shoulder towards the back of the classroom. She seems to be studying her notes from the previous class. It's an odd sight. Everyone else in the room is busying themselves with the lunch break. Socializing, gossiping, rearranging desks, the ones with actual boxed lunches mixed in and shattering like everyone else, only interrupted by short bouts of eating. All this talk about lunch break is making me very hungry. But when I watch Hanako, it feels that I'm the only one who can see her. Almost as if she was invisible, sort of hiding in plain sight. Is she being bullied? Is she isolating herself from the rest of the school on her own accord? I see her look over her shoulder towards the classroom's rear door. Come to think of it, she hasn't turned a page since I've started watching her. I guess she's waiting for someone. What to do? I mean, I don't like the two people I'm sitting with very much anyway, so... I still feel bad for making her run away yesterday, so I'd better say something. Hey there, Hanako.
He's out.
Well, at least she remembers my name. Hey, I just wanted to apologize for yesterday. I didn't mean to startle you or anything. I'm just new here and thought I should get to know my classmates. As Hanako looks up at me, I notice her scarring once more. It's a little bewildering that you can barely notice it from across the room, but it's so noticeable from close up.
That's okay.
Oh, her scarring is on her hand too, I just noticed that.
I think someone got exploded. It was my fault.
Nah, that wasn't anyone's fault, it just kinda happened. Quick, pan the camera down, I need to know if her legs are scarred.
How can you tell? She has her socks cover her entire legs.
I think those are tights.
Yeah, I was gonna say, those are called tights. So are you waiting for someone? I saw you looking at the door before.
Yes, Lily.
Oh, you mean Lily the blind girl? Hanako only nods in response, and I can't help but wonder if defining people through their disabilities is a faux pas of the worst kind or just normal here. I guess that explains why Lily took off after her yesterday. She seems like a nice girl. You two friends?
Yes.
I wonder. Because earlier it was like, Misha and Shizune said, like, the friend of my enemy is my enemy. Does that mean, like, Shizune and Lily are, like, against each other or something?
I don't know.
I mean,
I think she was talking about Hanako here as her enemy, and it was like, if you're friends with her, then you are also an enemy.
Maybe, but I don't understand why Hanako would be her enemy.
They haven't said it yet.
Taito stockings either way implies they are one. No, people sometimes, like, girls will sometimes wear, like, tights or whatnot just because. Doesn't have to do with, like, anything with their legs. As if hoping for Lily to appear, she checks over her shoulder again. I think I'm making her nervous again. I hope I'm not disturbing you right now. Well, the music faded out, so... hey, Dew on the Grass, welcome. Yep, Katawa, we're playing Katawa Shoujo, which does not have a Twitch category.
And yes, and dog in background.
Yeah, Rhino here has dogs. They go woof. They do the woof.
Yep. No, that's not it. It's just easier if Lily doesn't come here.
Yeah, I'm thinking it is like it's something to do with Lily and Shizune being at odds.
Oh, I thought that was like an actual thing. Like, it's just like, look, it's less for her to walk, so...
That, you know what, that also makes sense, but isn't it her classroom is, like, right across the way? And she has her guiding rod. Oh, also Doing the Rest wants to know what kind of dogs they are.
2 labs, one older black lab and one very young silver lab, who is the rambunctious one.
Yeah, so it's Spectre, the older one, and Remy, the younger one?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's hard to get around the classroom?
Not really.
Hanako's gaze? Hanako grazes on the grass. Hanako's gaze I did it again! Jesus Christ! Hanako's gaze drifts past my shoulder and towards Shizune. Shizune? Hanako nods again. What about her? Don't they get along? Hanako shakes her head. Clearly this is something she doesn't want to talk about. Yeah, I think I hit it on the head.
Maybe it's because one is student council president and the other is class representative?
Yeah, but she's a class representative of a different class. Oh, maybe she's, like, running for student council president or something?
Maybe.
Or maybe it's literally just because one's deaf and one's blind, they have no way of communicating. Because I know Misha's there, but, like, you know what I mean.
I don't know.
It does make a strange sort of sense, Shizune and Lily not getting along so well.
Spectre, cut down on your drama.
Once again, the game knows what I was gonna say. Communication between the two will be all but impossible. It's hard enough talking to Shizune through Misha, even when you can see whose hands are talking.
Hanako is so focused on Shizune that I am the first to notice Lily at the door. Oh, she's here now! Well, this is great. Hanako spins around to confirm this. Upon seeing Lily, she moves quickly to the door.
Lily.
Hanako, good morning. Is the president here?
Obama?
Yes.
Hanako glances over her shoulder at Shizune again, as if to confirm she can't hear them, even though that's impossible.
I suppose we'd best be off then.
Lily's sigh and tone of what seems like frustration make me raise an eyebrow. I guess there's some kind of enmity between the two. It's intriguing, but it's not really something I'd ask about. I'm sure if they wanted me to know, then they would tell me. It's only my third day here. I should be trying to make friends, not finding out why people are enemies. Still, it's a little funny to find out that the school has a little feuds, just like my old high school. Even if people are more tolerant of others, they're still going to get on each other's nerves. Hey Lily, how are things? I'm sorry I made you run off yesterday.
Oh my, is that Hisao? I didn't realize you were here.
It seems that Lily is a little embarrassed about being so frank in front of me.
Sorry, Lily. I thought you realized.
No, it's alright, Hanako. Hisao, please don't worry about yesterday. It was just a misunderstanding.
If you say so. I'm still working this place out.
Well then, I think you'll find most people here are more forgiving than elsewhere. If you are feeling a little confused, please don't be afraid to ask questions.
Sure, I'll remember that.
Lily.
Lily gives a small nod of acknowledgement.
I'm sorry, Hisao, but we must be off.
Take me with you! Hanako really doesn't look all that comfortable here right now, and Lily still seems a little embarrassed. I wonder if my apologies really made any impact. Mind if I accompany you too? Yes, please! I know I'm kind of pushing it, but Lily hums quietly, still smiling.
I'm sure that we could accommodate you, can't we, Hanako?
She looks at Lily, then at me, and then she freezes, wide-eyed.
Sure.
Yes, take me away from the weird people!
Well then, shall we go?
I'm sure Lily wouldn't do this so easily if she saw how scared Hanako looks, but it can't be helped now. Declining after the deal is sealed would only cause confusion and problems. Zombie painting! So we leave, all three together. Oh, we're about to see someone else. Lily walks beside the wall, letting her cane gently tap against it every now and then. Hanako comes along right beside her, so close that she is practically half-hugging her as they go. Although it must make her walking that much harder, Lily takes it in stride. Lily is the extrovert who adopted Hanako, huh? It sounds like that, though I also don't know if I would call Lily an extrovert right now. As we turn around the corner of the hallway, something hits me in the chest with the force of a steam train. Oh no, I'm about to die. Hanako shrieks a little and my vision briefly goes black. Ouch!
Oh, girl number 5.
Huh. Alright, so it's between her and Hanako for me right now.
Just seeing the portrait.
This is what happens when I play games where there's like romance options. I see a character and I can just tell. I just go her. And I had that feeling with Hanako, but I was trying to hold off on it because I wanted to beat the other characters.
Whereas Hanako is really quiet and nervous, this is the sporty one.
Opening my eyes, I see a pair of saucer-like green eyes looking up at me. They belong to the perpetrator, a short I was wondering if those were socks for a moment, like underneath the prosthetics.
They generally are. They're not really that comfortable skin on skin.
I guess that's fair. I think she's reserved at the moment because she knows you're close to Misha and the other, so... for Hanako? Yeah, it makes sense. Oh, no, Lily, because I said she didn't seem extroverted. Two truly superior routes. So Emmy and Hanako are the best routes, apparently.
I think the fan favorite I've been seeing, well, Hanako for one. I think Hanako, Lily, and Rin are top 3.
Oh, okay.
Who's Rin?
We haven't seen her yet. They are indeed shaped socks. Okay. I wasn't sure if they were socks or if it was just, like, padding on the prosthetic itself. But I guess it'd be the same thing either way. They belong to the perpetrator, a short girl who bumped into me and has now fallen down onto the hallway floor. You have to wear cover because otherwise it will cause rashes and irritation, skin on skin. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't know a lot about disabilities aside from like the mental kind, and even then it's limited.
Yeah, but also prosthetics have come a long way since these kind.
Yeah, like nowadays they look like just straight up legs. These look like, honestly, they look like pirate hook hands. She wears a PE uniform and a very worried frown. The former strikes me as a rather strange thing to have on during a lunch break. More striking than that, though, is that she doesn't have legs. Or she does, but they are not flesh and bone. Her pale and very much flesh and bone thighs ended shins and feet made of some black metallic or plastic-like material.
Apparently these are running blades.
Huh. It looks like they would be a pain to balance on.
Nah, these.
I mean, when you think about it,
these
their feet aren't great balancers either.
No, I know,
These
but
are-
like, looking at how thin they are, that's like trying to run and balance on like figure skates.
Well, these aren't intended for standing on. They're intended for running.
What do you normally do before running? And after? They look disturbingly artificial and unnatural. It almost makes me forget that my chest is hurting.
Oh, right, dying.
The girl winces a little, rubs her nose, and jumps up.
Okay, I like that she actually rose up from the bottom.
Alright, Twin Tails girl. I'm thinking, considering there's 6 girls, Rhino is currently 2 of them, Tim is 1. I guess I could be either Emmy or Rin, and Tim could be the other one. That seem fine?
I think I'd prefer to be Rin.
Okay. They're meant to be able to spring off of like you would when normally running. It's as hard to stand on as any prosthetic. Okay, I don't know anything about like prosthetics because like I have all my limbs and such, so I have no idea what it's like. Everything I say is just based on like assumptions, and like feel free to correct me on any of it.
Oh man, hey, are you alright? I'm sorry about that, really. I wasn't looking where I was going and you just came out of nowhere and I'm not wearing pants. Sorry.
She's looking really apologetic in the hurt puppy way of looking apologetic. I quickly forget about being angry or anything since hurt puppies are my weak spot. Aside from my chest, which still hurts. It's okay, don't worry about it. Ouch. Oh, here we go. I say that, but there's a stinging pain growing in my chest, and I know that this is about the biggest possible danger for my condition. Don't overexert yourself, don't forget your medication, and most of all, don't get hit in the chest. I try to rub my solar plexus, I don't know where that is, to chase the pain away, holding my breath in an attempt to hear my heartbeat. Seems normal.
Hey, should I get a nurse?
The worried, high-pitched voice of the girl snaps me out of it. I stare at her for a few seconds dumbfounded, till I realize that I probably looked worse off than I really was, doubled over myself and looking all tense. Damn, I'm overly worried about my heart. There's a pretty good reason to be, I think.
Yeah.
No need, I'm fine. This is one thing I do know. Even if you are, like, in this sort of spot, and, like, you're feeling symptoms, but then they go away, go see a nurse anyway. Because it might be bad. There's, like, aside from in America where it costs, like, $50 million to walk in the door, it will never be a bad idea to see a doctor about something. Managing to say something in response, I pull myself upright, feeling my sore ribs one last time and take a deep breath.
Understandable, the main reason I know is I keep stumbling across a pair of people who have these issues on YouTube Shorts. There are arguments for and against electronically assisted or older mechanical versions. Yeah, that's fair. Like, my knowledge is basically just from, like, seeing images and such. And I know there are, like, prosthetic legs that, obviously they, you know, they're still made of, like, metal and such, but they're, like, actually in the shape of feet and whatnot. I know they do that for arms, too. She just knocked the wind out of me. Big time. But it's nothing more than that.
You sure you're okay? I hit you pretty hard.
It's okay. I said it was fine, and nothing's broken. No harm done.
That's good. I was...
Came to the wrong neighborhood.
Exactly.
But you do actually get to see how short she is now.
Yeah, Jesus. I mean, I know they said Lily was tall, but still.
So, what happened?
She's not quite up to speed for obvious reasons, but she sounds very worried. More than what the situation deserves, really. Someone just bumped into me. Nothing serious, just winded. The solar plexus is the nerve bundle where the diaphragm sits. Okay, so where's the diaphragm?
Below your lungs.
Rhino, I have a third question.
Behind your ribs.
Okay, got it. Hang on, I had to punch myself in the chest to make sure they were where I thought they were.
I was about to say, like, wow, does Canada let anyone go to college?
Well, yes, but I never really took like human biology courses or anything of the sort. Not in that sense. Any biology stuff I took was less about like how your body is made up and more about how your body reacts to things. Below your sternum. Sylvia, I have another question.
Sorry, it's my fault. I was just going to get some stuff and I was in kind of a hurry.
You feel where your sternum ends? No! Hang on!
That someone here is Emmy, isn't it?
The little girl coughs quietly and shovels her plastic or metallic feet, looking down at them before saying anything. Ah, now I realize why she's short. Your sternum is the hard thing in the middle of your fucking chest. I thought those were my ribs!
The sternum is the thing connecting your ribs.
It's in the middle.
Okay, then I got it. All I know is like if you get punched in the chest, it can cause a part of your ribs to break off and pierce your lungs or heart or something. And so as a result, whenever I get hit in the chest, I become paranoid.
You'll know if that happens.
Rhino, I sometimes don't notice pain. I scraped my knee so badly, blood was literally oozing out, and I didn't notice until I got home and someone pointed it out.
Max, let alone breaking and impaling yourself on your own bones, even just cracking a rib makes it to where the very act of breathing is searing pain.
I guess. You'll notice when you can't fucking breathe. That's fair. It sure is a great thing that I live in the country in one of the countries where it is completely free to get medical attention, and I've never needed it. The only time I've ever like needed it, aside from like going in for like surgeries like wisdom teeth removal or removing my tonsils, was like in college when I called about feeling like chest pains, and they came in an ambulance and like checked up on me and said, "Yeah, it's stress. You're in college." And I was like, "That's fair." But yeah, they were also very, very clear on like, hey, if you don't feel right, you call the doctor. Doesn't matter what it ends up being, it's better to be safe. If you feel this again, you call us. Things
Whereas
like that.
here, we try and home remedy everything we can because it's so fucking expensive.
Yeah. Little girl coughs quietly and shovels her plastic or metallic feet, looking down at them before saying it in college moment. Yeah.
Hi, Lily, Hanako.
I guess the girls know each other.
Do please try to be more careful. You might be sturdy enough to endure these sort of accidents, but there are people who aren't.
The girl blushes and starts to fidget nervously like a little child caught misbehaving. It's so cute I find myself smiling.
I know that. I was just... I gotta go. Teacher laughed my head. I promised to help with printouts, but I went running instead. Sorry, but I've got to change and everything.
Before any of us can say a thing, Emmy has already bolted away, leaving the hallway eerily quiet.
Does that kind of thing happen often around here?
Back together.
There are more rules in Yamaku than usual for running in corridors. But that rarely stops Emmy, it seems.
She shakes her head weakly and offers a slight, composed smile. Shocked face Hanako is so funny.
I don't think there's anything we can do to stop her, I'm afraid. Shall we be off then?
They're gone. Lily heads off along the hallway and Hanako hurries after her, and my cat wants out of my room now.
It's a small thing, but I appreciate how all the girls seem to have, like, mildly different builds. Spectre, cease your drama.
I'm expecting that that cat is going to want to come back in like 5-10 minutes after he gets food. Lily heads off along the hallway and Hanako hurries after her. The route to the room the two used for tea is fairly simple to retrace, being still fresh in my mind from yesterday. Lily and Hanako quickly go about the business of making lunch. Before I can even open my small bag of food, Lily's busying herself with her thermos and tea bags as Hanako is setting out both their lunch boxes. So is this what you meant by coming here almost every day?
Yes, Hanako and I usually have lunch here. It suits both of us, so we ended up using this room regularly.
After seeing Hanako's reactions to me over the past couple of days, I can understand why that is a boon. That and Lily being able to get some quiet away from her class as well. I take my seat last after Lily's poured the tea for us and sits down. Something I hope, because it's shown like these characters seem to know each other and whatnot. I hope that this doesn't go the way a lot of dating sim visual novels I've seen go, where it's like, here are your choices. You choose one. All right, this is the character you will interact with. All the other characters no longer exist.
Pretty sure it doesn't work like that, and I think your choices are not direct choices, it's your dialogue options that are, you kind of just have to read the situation.
Okay. Well, so far, I think the situation that I've been doing, or the choices I've been making have been, Shizune and Misha, you're weird, I like Hanako. So...
Well, luckily for you, that scene I told you about that locks you in, it's a Misha scene. You can refuse to comfort her during a breakdown and she won't be your girlfriend.
Will I, like...
Still seems like such an asshole thing.
Yeah,
but if you do it, it's locked you into her being your girlfriend.
Now, here's the thing. Does that scene always happen, or is it dependent on other choices?
It's a trap. It always happens.
That's a trap.
Jeez. Lily's poured tea for us. Have you tried calling Spectre when they bark annoyingly? You can tell him to sit or something. A very common difficulty of dog training is using the dog's name without following it up with a recognized command.
Well, I say hush, but the fact is, this barking thing only started whenever we got the little one. We think maybe he's doing it in order to, like, get a little more attention because he can't move as fast to the source of things as the little one can. So he's like, I am here too and also paying attention.
Yeah, or they're talking with each other. Because he
just does it through the air.
I've known Rhino for a while, and like Spectre was always like very quiet before the new dog arrived. The more time I spend with these two girls, the more I think they're a perfect foil to Misha and Shizune. Even without a voice, Shizune is direct and brash, and Misha seems to get along with everyone. On the other hand, Lily is soft-spoken and relaxed, while Hanako seems to be the shyest girl I've ever met. Call the poor lad to you, he deserves scritches.
Yes.
Tim?
So, how are you faring Yamaku, Hisao? You seemed a bit flustered before.
Apart from getting lost every now and again and being crash-tackled outside my classroom, fine, I guess.
No worries, do. I would call him, but Spectre just got curled up on his bed, so I don't think he's gonna move for a bit.
Yeah.
You look pretty hurt before. Are you really okay?
For a brief moment, I consider telling Hanako and Lily about my condition, but then I hold it back. I can't tell why, but for some reason I feel uncomfortable talking about it to these relative strangers, even if they have been pretty friendly. Yeah, it's nothing. I was just a bit startled.
Can die from a heart attack with relative ease.
Makes cardiac arrest seem such a breeze. Judging from the two girls' expressions, I don't think that they're buying it. But in what I assume is their way of respecting my privacy, they don't press the matter. I guess that is one of the unwritten rules around here. Don't ask. Even if people's conditions are obvious, like Hanako's, there's still bound to be a story involved. Everyone has things that they don't feel comfortable speaking about, and I think everyone here recognizes that.
I lost my sight when I got battery acid thrown in my face back in my Yakuza days.
Okay, but if Lily turns out to be a Yakuza, that'd actually be so cool. It's just one day you come to class, where's Shizune? Who's Shizune?
Stop trying to make her Monica.
Just Lily. Doesn't have the same ring to it. So, how long have you been in this school? Both seem to know your way around pretty well.
Well, I've been here since the start of high school, but only moved into the dormitories a year ago. Hanako joined at the start of high school as well, and moved to the dormitories when she... Hanako joined at the start of high school as well, and moved to the dormitories when she did, if memory serves me right. Okay, I was trying to figure out what she meant by that. She moved in and when she started high school.
Yeah, some of the dialogue.
Yeah, she transferred to the school, but she also moved to the dormitories at the same time.
Is that a thing? A university that doubles as a high school?
No idea.
I guess if it has enough.
Also, yeah, sometimes the dialogue is like, it's kind of hard to parse, and when that happens, I kind of just word vomit it out, and then afterwards I'm like, now I get what it means, moving on. This is Hanako.
That's right, since high school.
So you've known each other since then?
Since I moved, yes. Hanako lives next door to me, so it's only natural, right?
Meanwhile, thinks about the person that I live next door to.
I'm blind! Do you want to see my graphs? Puppets!
Right.
Yeah, of course.
You live next to Japanese Dale Gribble.
Living next to someone is probably reason enough to befriend them, though I'm guessing that Lily's blindness played a part in it as well. I can't imagine Hanako easily making friends with someone who has to deliberately avoid looking at her scars. With the immediate conversation dried up, we start to eat our lunch. This is a really stupid thing to think. Out of the 3 breakfast, lunch, and dinner, the word lunch sounds the most appetizing.
I don't know about that.
Like, whenever I hear lunch, I start thinking of food, whereas whenever I think of breakfast and dinner, I think more of the time of day.
This supper is more of like a dinner word, but I know in certain parts of the South they call every meal supper.
Yeah, I over here it's like supper, dinner, they're the same thing, I just say dinner. It isn't long before the bells are signaling the end of the break. You know what? I think I actually know why I like the lunch the most, because it sounds like crunch and munch.
Or you relate lunch to an off time in school or work.
That is also probably it. There's also the fact that I don't really have breakfast or dinner times. I just eat when I'm hungry. And so I tend to eat usually in the middle of the day, which is around lunchtime. It isn't long before the bells are signaling the end of the break. Like me, the girls will pack up their lunches as efficiently as they set them out.
I guess I'd better be off. Are you going with us, Hisao?
No, it's, are you going to go with Hisao and Hanako?
Oh, right. Are you going to go with Hisao, Hanako?
Hanako looks up at me, and for a second I can see that she is considering skipping class, maybe just to avoid walking to the classroom with me. Mood.
Yes.
I don't know what to think of it. Hanako really is delicate to the point of breaking if looked at in the wrong way. It makes me a bit nervous too, but I push the feeling aside, trying to be as natural as I can. We should hurry then. Class has already started by the sound of it. Lily gives a nod of farewell as she bends down to take her cane, Hanako and I filing out before her. Zombie. We walk quickly down the empty halls to our respective classes. As we reach the door to Lily's 3-2 classroom, she turns towards me.
Isao, thank you for sharing lunch with us today.
My pleasure, Lily. And with that, we part ways, Lily entering her classroom and leaving Hanako and me to make off to our own. She's still looking like she wants to run away. So, do you really want to go back to class now?
One second, sorry. There we go. Yes.
Okay then. Feel like I should say something more to her, but it's hard to come up with anything that would be appropriate and safe enough. And Lily was right. The more time we spend out here, the more explaining we have to do. I open the rear door to the class and walk in. The teacher looks up at me and opens his mouth to say something. However, as Hanako follows me in and closes the door, he simply nods to us and continues his lecture. I'm wondering if there's like... Is it just the teachers accept that Hanako will sometimes just be late or whatever, or is there something like actually to it? Like, is it for... I guess like, it seems like they're accepting it. Is it because of her personality, or is it something with her disability? That's what I'm wondering.
I think it's her personality, because they also didn't mind whenever she just got up and left at some points. So I think maybe she just gets overwhelmed by stuff and has to take time.
That's fair. Which I get. It's just, it makes me think of high school, where, like, if people misbehaved a lot, the teachers just stopped trying. So you would get these people who would, like, sit in class saying fuck all the time in, like, high school. And then if somebody else says, damn it, the teacher goes, hey, language. And it's like, but this person's swearing all the time. Yeah, but when we tell them to stop, they don't. So it's like, all right, I guess I won't stop either then. This is the third time that Hanako has had her truancy practically ignored. There's definitely something going on here. We make our way to our seats, and I notice that Misha and Shizune are both missing as well. I wonder if it is some form of informal agreement with the staff, or if it's a perk afforded to the unique students of this school. Trying to make as little disturbance as I can, I extract the relevant textbooks from my bag and start catching up. The class goes on quietly. The teacher seems like an okay person despite the weird first impression I got, and the material is relatively interesting. However, the way he teaches is really bizarre. It's as if he expects that everyone is a natural genius. When the final bell sounds, I realize that there's still a lot of time left in the day, and I'm left wondering what to do. It's odd. At the hospital, I had 24 hours a day of free time, but here, filling the considerably shorter hours feels difficult. Everyone else leaves, and I'm left alone with the teacher. Muto is examining the assignment sheets we were working on earlier, marking them with a red ball pen. Raising his eyes from his papers briefly, he notices me and furrows his brow. What is it, Nakai? I jump at him addressing me, but I guess it's natural to spark some conversation. There is something in the music that sounds like opening a champagne bottle. Anyway, guess it's not natural to spark some conversation since there's nobody else around. Nothing. Thinking about what I do after school. The teacher slowly puts the cap on the pen he is holding and arranges his papers into a stack, clacking it against the desk twice. He seems very methodical. For a brief moment I'm reminded of Shizune. The teacher is more unhurried and relaxed, much more routine. You have no plans? No? I considered joining a club, but Pat wants back in. Hi there.
Meow. No. I refuse.
What's going on there?
Hell no. I will not go.
I do not like remakes, man.
What happened to the music?
I don't know. It kind of cut off.
Can you still hear it?
No.
No? It just kind of stopped.
I'm suddenly getting drop frames.
Oh dear.
Give me a second here. Alright, should be good again. Let me know, are you able to hear the music again?
Nope.
Nope.
Let me try restarting that.
I mean, it's not too big of a deal. There it is.
That fixed it.
Okay, just needed a restart then. And I need to kill
Also,
that.
it's like a square now instead of a rectangle.
Alright. No, I considered joining a club, but I don't know what kind of club would interest me. Go observe a meeting of someone else's club. Might pique your interest. I guess. But I don't know how to continue from there. Luto looks at me in a way that makes me quickly want to take the words back to avoid a conversation. But I can't, so I have to forge ahead. I just don't know how to deal with people. I mean, the other students. I'm talking to people and everything, so it's not that I'd be isolated or anything. I just don't know what to think about. I just don't know what to think about the disabilities. It's like, it feels that I'm being impolite if I pay attention to them, and it's weird to ignore them. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. The teacher scratches his cheek absent-mindedly, looking very unresponsive. These things are only an issue if you make them. You can talk normally with someone, even if they are blind or something. Try to look behind the superficial. There's not a single student here who isn't just a normal kid behind whatever they might seem at first glance. He says the same thing as Yuko did. I don't know why I'm drinking a lot more water today. Something's up with my throat. I know they're right, but it's hard. How can you not consider, for example, Shizune's deafness when the only way to communicate with her is to talk through Misha? Or Hanako. It's not like you can ignore her face. But I'm interrupted by the door of the classroom suddenly slamming open. Oh, hey.
Dynamic entry!
God, looking at these two next to each other, they do not look like they come from the same game.
Well, I think they had several artists, even though it was mainly 4 guys who worked on the game. They got a few different artists. You can tell which character portraits they put more work in.
Teacher!
Misha crashes in, hands straight in an enthusiastic greeting, her voice loud and lively enough to wake the dead from their graves. She starts towards the teacher's desk with her bouncing step, hands energetically swinging with the rhythm. Muto, visibly dismayed at the interruption, and Misha in general, slumps
I think
in his
someone's projecting a bit there.
Mikado? Misha stops in her tracks and looks around cluelessly, as if she's sensing from his tone that something's wrong, but has no idea what.
Yes?
Yeah, on the left, look like Misha looks like an anime girl, and then he looks like, I mean, an anime boy, but like a different anime man. I don't know. We have talked about volume control before.
Yes?
But she doesn't lower her voice at all, and the teacher just rubs his eyes. So, what is it?
We need help. We're running out of supplies for the festival stands. This is a distress.
She waves a pink slip of paper she's holding around. So, go get more supplies from the art room. What's the problem with that?
Plywood. Plywood is always the problem. Last time we wanted more, there was only a little, but that time we just took it all and went with that. Now there's like none left, so do you know where there is some?
I don't understand. How would I know?
Shi-chan, I mean, the president thought that a teacher would know if there is plywood. Was she wrong?
Muto looks like he is in great pain, frowning with his entire essence, and Misha doesn't get it at all.
No, it doesn't seem like it was projection after all.
Yeah, I think, I think Misha's just a bit of a problematic character. Looking at the two of them communicate is terrible. Like looking at a man being tortured by drilling his skull open while blasting pop music at full volume at the same time. I'm afraid I have no idea if there is any plywood in the school, let alone where it would be if there was any.
Aww, what should I do?
Perhaps try to find Mr. Nomiya. I'm quite sure he would know where to find everything you need. You would have to pry them from his cold, dead hands, but that's a different matter.
I don't have time, we're so busy.
She holds her head with both of her hands, looking as despairing as it's possible for a person like her. Without even noticing, she crumbles the note she's holding against her hair.
I shouldn't even be fetching these things. There's so much to do and we're falling behind the schedule.
Muto looks at her gravely and then suddenly smiles. Smiling doesn't really fit his face. It would be better if he didn't. I wonder if you could get some temporary help. He switches to staring at me focusedly, with a hard expression, as if trying to say, go make some friends. I guess I can give you a hand.
You can, thanks, Ichan. You are really nice.
She pauses, does a double take, and then points at me with her finger, yelping, ah! Oh, I know, yelping,
Ah,
and looking very puzzled.
gotta think of what's Ichan doing here? Class is over. You should be having fun.
We just had a little chat.
Oh no, it's not detention, is it? Are you in trouble, Ichan?
No, I'm not.
Is Ichan in trouble, teacher?
No, he's not. Muto sighs deeply, and I feel that I have to help Misha to get her off the teacher's back. So what do you need?
Here's a list. I can try and find the plywood somewhere if there's none in the art room.
She offers me the note she's holding. I take it, hesitating a bit. I said I'd help you, but this has no implications on whether I'm joining the council or not.
Aww. Still, thanks. Try and be quick. We're in a stall building streak right now. You must hurry, hurry, hurry.
She bounces out of the classroom, leaving me and the teacher looking at each other with something that feels like a silent agreement. Well, there you have it, Nakai. You have something to do now. Please don't sound so smug. Looking at the list with a number of items ranging from paint to plywood, all written with small, neat handwriting that is undoubtedly Shizune's, I heave a sigh. I'll be going then. Waving the long list limply at the teacher, I exit to the hallway. Tommy! The classrooms closest to ours are designated belonging to classes 3-1 and 3-2 on the right side and 3-4 on the left side, each door looking exactly the same. Further down the corridor, still with identical doors, are rooms that I didn't think were used for classes. I guess the art room is not a classroom as such. I carefully push open the furthest door and peek in. It's a classroom, but it seems rather badly kept or not in use. Am I in the right place? Desks and chairs are all around the room, a thin layer of dust settled on them. There are some easels in the corners, so at least this looks like the right place. The room is flushed in sunlight from the big windows, shadows creeping all over the desks. Specks of dust are dancing in the stagnant air, making the beams of light almost visible. Jokingly, I call into the empty room. Anybody home? Something catches my eye and I stop mid-sentence. Sitting on a desk is a short-haired girl, curiously wearing a boy's uniform, with a fork between her toes, a morsel of food stuck firmly on the end. Ah, we're meeting the last one now. This odd way of dining seems to be caused by her apparent lack of hands, but her presence here is what takes me aback even more. How did I miss her before? She's sitting in a corner very still, but I somehow took her as part of the furnishing or a statue at first glance.
I'm not being too observant today as a whole. The girl seems to be frozen in place, staring at me with her huge eyes like a rabbit in headlights. She's staring at me, her mouth wide open, ready to accept the fork. I'm staring at her, my mouth wide open, suddenly remembering I didn't finish my sentence and trying to think if I should. This weird stalemate keeps us both stunned into silence, punctuated only by the wall clock ticking rhythmically. Alright, Tim, here you go.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, Kat, you want something?
Food.
The girl stuffs the forkful in her mouth and is now staring at me expectantly while chewing. This is a bit awkward. Hello? I was told to pick up some supplies from here. For some festival stalls, I think? I didn't think there would be someone here.
There isn't. That's why I came here too.
She picks up another forkful. Doesn't that mean you're here then? She raises her eyebrows as if she was suspecting my observation was false.
You are pretty observant. I guess it does. But who are you?
This
At
girl is
least it's fairly obvious why she's wearing the boys' uniform.
Yeah. This girl is pretty straightforward, isn't she? I'm Nakai, Isao Nakai. I just transferred in on Monday.
I'm Rin. Tezuka Rin. Rin Tezuka.
Rin Bazooka?
I won't shake hands with you, but at least we know who we are now.
Shake feet!
That's very nice.
Her deadpan manner of talking makes it hard to determine whether she's joking about shaking hands or not. Kinda bothers me. Joking about these matters doesn't feel appropriate at all. While I'm trying to figure out what's appropriate and whether this girl is, she seems to have lost interest in me and is now gazing yearningly back at her food.
Can I continue my lunch? If you don't mind me, I won't mind you.
Ah, the tsundere.
That or
That's
the
not,
hungry.
that's not what that means. This would be kudere, which is someone who's very deadpan.
I guess. I just mean like the one who's like aloof and doesn't really care. Which I guess is more accurate. Kudere, yeah.
If you need to get your stuff, the supplies are at the back.
Go right ahead.
I love
but-
charcuterie boards.
She's not that flat, Rhino. Go right ahead, but lunch? School's already open for or closed for the day. Over for the day. There we go. I can read. Sorry, I was distracted trying to kill a fly.
What word would you use then? There is no word for a meal you eat after lunch, but before dinner, right? Bothers me very much too, but I don't really know what I should say.
Lupper. Linner. I don't think you're supposed to eat a meal between lunch and dinner to begin with.
Or, as we call it in my house, snack.
But I'm hungry now and my delicious box lunch would go to waste otherwise. I have curry. It's very delicious.
With much decisiveness, Rin once again takes up the fork between her toes, and with at least as much impoliteness, she points it straight at me. Tsundere is rejecting feelings while Kudere is, in another word, stoic. Okay, yeah, then yeah, Kudere does seem right. Sorry, I'm used to dating sims always having a tsundere, which I guess Shizune is the closest to one we have here.
I wonder if she has to wear slip-off shoes, because, you know.
I imagine so.
So,
I
Nakai. What brings you to this place?
How does she get dressed? She probably has someone help her, I guess.
Very carefully.
Yeah, I was thinking about it because I was like, well, like, I mean, she uses her feet for everything, but that doesn't help for putting on pants, does it? Like I said, I was told to look for these things.
No, the school. From outside you look fine. Is your problem inside?
I come to a full stop, opening my mouth but not getting a word out. She put food in there instead. When you have breakfast for dinner, Brinner.
That's actually a lot of this week's menu at my house.
I just eat whatever I'm in the mood for whenever I'm hungry. So I will absolutely eat, like, cereal, like, late at night. I'll eat pizza when the first thing when I wake up, stuff like that. I do not care. I do not care about customs. If I want food, I will eat it, and if I want a certain food, I will eat it.
Do you just do like frozen pizza for breakfast? Because most pizza places aren't open till like 10
Yeah,
at least.
frozen pizza, yeah. Oh. Dinner and breakfast together. Dick fast. Thanks,
good old
dude.
TFS joke.
Thanks, dude.
I can guess. I'm good at guessing. Better than most people.
Rin cuts me off before I can answer her question or skirt around it somehow. I don't know which I would have done. I froze in front of this issue again. I haven't even told anyone here about my condition, or maybe it's only because it hasn't really come up. I do get the feeling that not making issues of this is part of the social code here, as the teacher said. I wonder if the people here could relate. Probably not any better than any normal person could. I can't relate to Shizune's circumstances or Lily's either. Naturally, while I go through this in my head, Rin keeps considering what my condition could be with an overtly contemplative look on her face. She wears sandals, if I recall correctly. That makes sense.
Actually, that does make me think. How do you go to the bathroom if you don't have arms?
Yeah, I mean, you sit down, but there's, you know what?
I mean,
Never mind. You know what? No, there's a lot of questions here, and I don't know if I want answers.
I mean, obviously, people with no arms exist in real life. I just wonder, like, how do you do things daily?
I think generally they just have like someone with them.
Yeah, you would have to.
They're like, obviously, like if you don't have arms, there's still ways to learn how to do a lot of things, but there are definitely some things that are just not possible.
Japan has bidets, which is one way to get around it, but how do you take your pants on and off?
That I think you could probably, taking them off, you could probably manage with your feet, but... She puts her fork between her lips and leans back, looking at the ceiling as if the answer was written up there. A beam of light illuminates her face from the window side, creating a mask of dark shadow on the other side.
I don't think it's anything in your head, and something in your guts would be boringly ordinary, like this lunch of mine, and less delicious. The problem must be in your pants.
I'm going to leave this up for a moment so people can screen cap it, and then they can use it to respond to people who are being idiots. This messed up Sherlock Holmes kind of statement and the sheer lack of tact it was delivered with catches me completely off guard. I think I might have reeled back even physically as Rin's eyes widen in revelation and astonishment.
So I was right, there's something wrong with your tackle, isn't there?
Still partially in shock, but recognizing the need to reply something, I spit out the first thing that I could think of. No, nothing like that. I have a heart problem, arrhythmia. I said it. More like blurted it out, but I said it. The girl in front of me purses her lips together and glowers at me, looking very disappointed.
How boring. Trouble in the pants would have been much more scandalous.
I don't know if I'm gonna go for her, but I like her. She is funny. What's with this reaction?
Your dick is small. No, I have a bad heart. Oh.
Yeah, sure thing, buddy. I'm sorry to let you down.
I forgive you. Just, I collect people, and a person with, that kind of problem would have been really great.
Collect people?
People with different problems.
Oh, is OBS struggling again? What's going on? I mean, it is raining outside. That might be kind of affecting the internet, but...
Discord's not having a problem, so that's weird.
Yeah. Well, as far as I can tell, it seems to just be OBS/Twitch, so... Let me, Well, we're probably close to the end anyway, so let's just...
Close to the end of stream, nowhere close to the end of the game.
No, but close to the end of the... I imagine we'll end at the end of the day, because, we're after school. I imagine it's gonna be, we're meeting Rin, and then we're gonna...
Well, we've met all the main characters now, so that's the important part.
Yeah?
Max lit up the second he saw Emmy, so we know what fetish he doesn't have.
Hey, you don't know. I didn't see her feet. I didn't see her lack of legs at the time.
You didn't start drooling when you saw Rin for the first time, so I'm doubtful.
I do not have a foot thing now. Alright, now we wait for OBS to be ready to start up again, I guess. What is that noise? Is that just in the music?
That's in the music.
Like the clop clop noise?
Yeah, that's the music.
Oh my god, I keep thinking it's something outside my window!
Reminds me of how like old Dragon Ball had like a boinginess in some of the songs. It was an instrument called a Jew's harp that makes that sound.
Alright.
Not this sound, but it was just a very interesting instrument that just sounded like a spring boing in a cartoon, and it's cool that there's an instrument that does that.
Boing. Alright. Alright, gonna keep going now. I'll try at least. So you just, like, go around asking people what's wrong with them?
Pretty much.
I see.
Lily doesn't.
With little left to say, Rin resumes her lunch and the conversation dies away, but I keep thinking about what was said. It's the first time I told anyone else about my condition. All the other people have either known about it already or heard about it from someone else. Or didn't need to know about it, like every other student here so far. Should I have told it as a natural part of introductions? Is it expected of me? Dew on the Grass, thank you for the follow.
Yeah, I'm not sure who I would have chosen if I went long term, but I think I either would have went Lily or Emmy. Or not Emmy, Rin. Lily or Rin.
Yeah, I'm still tied between Emmy and Hanako. I think Rin is like if those two are tied for first, I think Rin is second place. Then would be Lily. Misha moved down after a bit. Then Misha.
Going into this, if I had to guess who you were gonna like, Emmy and Hanako would have been my top two.
Yeah, like both of them kind of like. I think I've said this before. I don't like sexy. I like cute. So so those two definitely fit. Drawful 2 is currently free on stream. Ah, interesting. Or on Steam, not stream. Interesting. Hello, I'm Hisao. I have a very serious heart condition. Is that how I'm supposed to go around introducing myself from now on? As if our disabilities would define us. What a disgusting thought. Or maybe this Tezuka girl just has an unnatural interest in such things. As I walk to the back of the room to pick up the items on Misha's list, a chance opens to study Rin from the corner of my eye. There we go. Didn't understand that.
Oh, look at Mr. Two Arm showing off, picking stuff up over here.
Her hair is a burnt auburn, almost orange, and cropped short. Long hair would probably be impossible with no arms. The boy's uniform and the lack of arms make her look very thin, almost scrawny. She's not particularly pretty. Hey, fuck off! She is not particularly pretty, except for her murky green eyes, which flicker relentlessly from below her short bangs, even when she eats.
I think this is like before tomboys got really popular. This was like a long time ago.
Yeah, hang on, I'm looking this up. Katawa, Shoujo. I'm looking this up because now I'm curious.
The writing started in 2007. It came out in 2012.
Yeah, Jesus.
But to this day, I'm not sure if Japanese people like tomboys as much as we do.
Japanese people have a lot of, their likes and such are a lot different. So. Distance in the shadows make it seem like they don't reflect sunlight at all, but instead absorb all of it within them like deep wells. She moves her feet almost as deftly as a normal person would use their arms. However, I can see how this sight could discomfort people, especially while eating. Makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, at least. I hesitate to think about the word unnatural, but it's too late now, isn't it?
There are at least 2 occurrences of them scrapping the whole script and starting from scratch. Wow. I keep searching. Making a visual novel is not easy. Like, even when you look at, like, the end result and it's like, oh, it's just all dialogue with, like, some pictures, it's still pretty hard.
Especially the messiness of this all starting from 4chan. People were just making posts on random boards, and then they were like, okay, there's too much Katawa Shoujo, we'll make a new board for it, and people can talk about it in there.
Dialogue is fucking tough. Yeah, as a writer, yes. Yes, it is. I keep searching the cabinets and shelves for Misha's things, but after enough time passes, the silence grows too uncomfortable, so I try to force some conversation out of this strange girl. So, do you always eat alone in this late, or do you get the occasional visitor?
Visitors. Maybe you are my first occasional visitor, but I don't always eat alone either. Sometimes I eat with a certain person on the roof if she's not horsing around.
I wonder, is there a particular reason that, like, the sleeves are tied like that? Like, that doesn't seem necessary.
Probably just so they're not as loose and get stuck on things.
Maybe. Horsing?
She likes to do sports.
Yeah, the armless girl and the footless girl are friends.
And then the blind girl and the deaf girl are enemies. And then what remains is, I guess, the girl with no known disability and the scarred girl who just don't seem to know each other. Oh. And that's all I can think of to say. Both of us fall silent again as Rin forks the last bits of her meal to her mouth. I look down at my haul and double check it with Misha's list. It seems I have everything except plywood. So I think I have all the things now.
That's very nice for you. Don't feel obligated to stay. I was about to take a nap anyway. You need to do whatever you're going to do with that stuff anyway, right? Or perhaps you like to watch girls sleeping?
I take it or leave it, apparently is Hisao's reaction. I'm not sure what to make of this, but Rin looks serious. Even if I did, I think I have to be going. I'll catch you around, Tezuka.
You can call me Rin. I feel that our relationship is at the point good enough to warrant this much.
I was already turning to make my exit, but she draws me back in. Fine then, I'm Hisao.
Then you are?
Rin looks at me hard in the eyes, but that intimidating feeling you get when someone stares at you isn't there. It's like she's actually not looking at me at all. She blinks a couple of times, and I can't figure out why a pause like this just popped between us out of nowhere.
See you later, Hisao.
There's something like a tiny smile there in her face. Maybe. Zombie!
Imagine the first time you meet a girl, she asks if you have a broken dick and then offers to let you watch her sleep.
I quietly back out of the room. As I shut the door in front of my face, I whisper to myself, what an intriguing person. From inside, I hear a muffled, sing-song voice.
I heard that.
Jesus Christ! Hey, Rhino.
Pink jump scare.
What did she hear?
I jump at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I had not heard approaching despite the completely empty hallway. Somehow she had gotten to jumping distance of me without making a sound. Creepy. It briefly reminds me of Kenji's nutty theory about a global feminist conspiracy, but I push that thought aside. Oh, Shizune, standing slightly behind Misha, looks aloof as she couldn't have heard the remark that drew Misha's attention, but Misha is visibly excited.
No, wait, more importantly, who is there? There's no club meetings today.
She tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway. What are you doing here?
You took so long we had to come check what's wrong. That's no good, Hichan.
She wags her finger at me scoldingly.
I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you are tardy.
I'm sorry. I got the things here, was just going to bring them.
I think you were up to some mischief, Hichan. Who was in there with you, I wonder?
Misha signs something quickly to Shizune, pointing at her own ear a couple of times. Shizune immediately pushes her way past me and opens the door into the classroom I just left. I can only imagine the shock she is experiencing. With Shizune's diligence and attitude, the insolence of daring to deface school property by sleeping on top of it must be too much to bear. And indeed, she stares at Rin, frozen in place apart from the slight but noticeable trembling of her shoulders. From suppressed rage, I'm sure. Instead of blowing up, Shizune just takes a few deep breaths, adjusts her glasses, and slams the door shut, turning to sign furiously at Misha. Maybe she did blow up, but I can't understand it. She shoots a very loaded stare at me too, as if it was somehow my fault that Rin is sleeping on one of the tables. I hope she's not getting any funny ideas about the reason of my tardiness.
Hello.
Rin's voice comes from the other side of the door, and it takes a few eye blinks to realize she might have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Rin directly behind it, looking at us with a half-interested, half-sleepy face.
Hello.
Miss Tezuka, what do you think you were doing? You absolutely are not permitted to use school property for such a disgraceful activity.
It sure is suddenly very crowded in here. I didn't know I was this popular.
It's hard to say whether she's happy or unhappy about this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizune/Misha's scolding, so they have no choice but to drop the issue. Shizune taps Misha's shoulder, points at Rin, and makes some quick signs.
Yes, we'll assassinate her.
Rhino?
I'm here with a
That
popularity aside. Please don't do that anymore.
That's two characters we've come across that would be impossible for Shizune to talk to alone.
Anyway, how is your project going? Will it be done for the festival?
Rin looks at them blankly, apparently at ease under the pressure Shizune's cold stare is putting on her.
I keep wondering about that myself, too.
Misha with a gun would be hype. It would be
What?
something!
And
We'll think about it harder.
As Misha signs her reply to Shizune, her face turns into an unsatisfied frown.
Miss Tezuka, please try and take this seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it.
Rin nods assertively.
We'll think more seriously.
Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizune doesn't, not even after translation. She just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and takes off with Misha in tow. Rin frowns thoughtfully as she looks after the retreating student council duo.
How rude. It's true, though. I must finish my project before the weekend. There will be dire consequences if I don't. The end of the world as we know it. Like, weekends usually are, but more dire. Much more dire. Maybe I'll postpone my nap to unforeseen future.
I'm about to ask what project she has and what are those apocalyptic consequences, but she walks back into the art classroom.
Since you have nothing to do, would you give me a hand? Because you see I don't have any.
Aha!
This paint can doesn't fit into my bag, but I need it.
She kicks lightly at a huge can of paint that's lying on the floor next to the table she was sitting and sleeping on. It lets out a dull clang. Being the gentleman I am, I naturally pick it up. Heavy. Yeah, sure. Where do you need to take it?
Away.
And with that, she takes off to the hallway, me and the paint can following since there's little choice for either of us. Zombie! The hallway is quiet and empty now with Shizune and Misha gone, so we too leave towards the stairwell at the other end. Every 10 or 15 or 20 steps, I have to change the can from one hand to another because the thin handle cuts into my palm. At least it keeps my arms from tiring too fast. Rin strolls on beside me with an uneven pace that I have trouble matching. Maybe I'm walking weird because of the extra weight. It seems one of us is constantly walking too slow or too fast, and I can't figure out which. 2 flights of stairs below, trouble appears in the form of the head nurse and his fox-like grin.
Ah, Mr. Nakai, what a happy coincidence. Tezuka too, of course.
He nods courteously to Rin, who does not acknowledge him back, then turns to me because obviously it's me who he had some business with.
There's something I forgot to mention on Monday.
I nod and wait impassively because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my skin doesn't make me feel enthusiastic about this interruption either.
It's about your medications. Since you haven't been that long on your current medications, there might be some unexpected side effects, which might require adjusting dosages or even changing to another kind of medication. So we will do a few tests regularly, but what I'd want for you is to keep an eye on everything in your condition that feels off, if you get what I mean. Nausea, headache, anything, and come see me if something happens.
Woo Pepto-Bismol. Alright.
So, how are you? Everything fine?
I give up and drop the can to the floor before answering him. Apparently this takes longer than my biceps can handle. I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately. Other people have asked me that too. Teachers and students here. My parents, visitors, nurses, doctors at the hospital. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, not so much for a school. Except this school. This is a small school, and both the student base and the faculty seem to be very tightly knit. At least that's the feeling I'm getting. And this is not the kind of school that gets transfer students too often. The thought sends shivers up my spine, but I give a generic answer anyway.
That's great. Also, one other thing. My sources tell me that you've been at neither the school track nor even the pool, so I'd like to know if you have taken up exercising as I asked.
Of course I haven't. This way of it. Rhino.
Right at the end, really? Okay, he's not responding. Get him out of here.
Of course I haven't, but his way of inquiring gives me the feeling that I should have been running my ass off on the track since the very first day. You have people spying on me?
Not as such. I just happen to know a few people. That's not the issue here, so don't try to slip out of it.
Yeah, sorry, we're kind of like past my normal time by a good bit.
No, yeah, we're trying to get to the end. Well, I was actually just doing some improvised weightlifting as an exercise. I'd pick up and lift the can up and down a few times, like some sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down on my arms painfully. The stupid grin disappears from his face for a second, then comes back like it was never going.
Tezuka, would you give us a second?
The nurse grabs me by the shoulder without waiting for Rin's permission, which he didn't need in the first place, and drags me aside.
When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I understand that you're still in your first week and all, but please don't ignore the importance of this. The reason I'm coming down this hard on you is that habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it'll be. It's the same with everything, like dieting. Can you promise me to be more serious about this from now on?
Yes.
I think if you say yes, you have higher chances with Emmy, or at least meeting her on the field.
I'm just going to go with like what responses I think make the most sense in general. Yeah.
Somehow winds up with Shizune at the end.
I somehow end up with the librarian. They didn't even have a route! I know. I don't know how this happened either. Yeah, I promise. Definitely. He studies me for a moment and then shrugs, smiling again.
Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy, who probably has no qualms of offering consultation to you if you want to jog a bit.
Consultation?
See you around.
He leaves with a wave of his...
Does not even mention that his spy nearly gave us a heart attack today.
He leaves with a wave of his hand and no answer, and I walk to Rin, who has been waiting, idly leaning against the hallway wall and staring at the pale lighting fixtures in the ceiling. Even when I approach, she doesn't move her eyes off them. Not to my knowledge, but maybe gives a higher chance of Kenji. Really?
Are you getting medications for your heart thingy?
Were you listening? Comes out more accusatory than I intended, accidentally lashing out on her. But even so, I don't really want to start talking about it. I just met her. I don't know her. It's not her business. The nurse seems to be happily ignorant about confidentiality, too, talking about that kind of thing in public. But it's not Rin's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty, but Rin is just staring past my shoulder quizzically, her head tilted like a bird's. I don't know why this is so hard for me. Feels like there is some inexplicable lock that prevents me from being more upfront about this. Yeah, they're for my heart.
Will they make you better?
No, not really. Just make me a little less worse. Rin keeps looking at me for a while longer, and she neither says anything further, nor displays any kind of emotion I could discern. I'm thankful that she doesn't. I think I'm still not quite used to all this. At the hospital it was easy, but I still haven't sorted my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. We leave the main building, and Rid leads us onwards towards the dorm. We stop at the small patch of greenery in front of the dorm building. The dorm is built on a slightly elevated ground with a wall and a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they come or go. It's probably the only inconvenient design in the school. The entire wall, made of the same kind of bricks as the building itself, has been covered with some sort of a painting. Most of it is still mere sketches, quick lines drawn with black and white against the gray plastering that covers almost the entire length of the wall, but some places look a bit more finished. There are human faces and legs and hands. I can't quite say what the painting as a whole might portray. Stacks of what seem to be paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground beside the wall.
See, the left side is hardly off the ground yet. It's because I couldn't get the mood yesterday, so I gave up and went to meditate instead. Then it was suddenly morning. I have to work on it, but the guys from art class are helping with the negative spaces and base surfaces whenever, which is a problem. It's easier to paint the big areas if there are a lot of people with hands. The reach is better, and it's faster too.
She goes on a tangent of a tangent, waving a little with her arm, or whatever there actually is, to demonstrate, even though I got the point already. The white cotton of her sleeve flaps around, and it makes me think it could look sadder than it does. But it makes me feel out of place, like almost every tangible reminder of the student base's special properties has in the past few days. This girl doesn't notice my dreary feelings, of course, or the fact she lost me a while ago already, and just keeps on blabbering.
So that's why I'm trying to figure out if there's something I need to figure out and then figure that out before it's too late and all hope is lost.
Why would the hope be lost?
Because paint has to be painted and then it has to dry and then it has to be painted over with another kind of paint. It takes time.
She finally stops, apparently thinking she made some kind of a statement that makes sense. I think it's best to start for the top. So this is your project. You did this.
Yes.
All of it?
Yes.
Nice, but I stumble with my words, suddenly feeling like I've walked straight into the minefield of political incorrectness. Ah, Twitter.
It's okay, you can say it. I probably won't get mad.
I blush really hard. I don't really know what would be the right...
I swear he does it on purpose.
I don't really know what would be the right thing to say, if any. Feels that I'm way more sensitive than Rin is, though. This is really awkward.
Don't you want to ask?
How do you paint without hands?
See, I'm an easy person to talk to, right? With my feet.
I almost guessed that already, but isn't that hard to do?
You're good at guessing. Anyway, I don't think it is, but maybe I'm used to it by now.
I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist, but seeing how adept she was using her feet to eat, I figure painting might not be a problem either. Neither of us has anything more to add to the subject.
The afternoon light works pretty well. I was afraid it would look too flat, but it's not like that after all. I think it's actually pretty interesting. I want to see what it looks like in dim light. Do you think it's flat?
Well, paintings tend to be flat.
Not like that flat. You know, flat. Like some people are. No substance, no meat. Where there should be some.
Oh, I think you skipped a line.
No, I didn't skip. It did that automatically.
I know a few girls who.
Okay, I get it, but I couldn't really tell. I'm not that good with art. I can't name many artists or artistic terms, so I don't really have anything to say. Rin shrugs her shoulders at that, saying suit yourself without saying it, and looks up at the sky as if trying to look for something up there.
I didn't think I'd get any actual work done, but if you give me a hand with the paints, I could do a little bit before it gets too dark. I wanted to get a halogen lamp like the ones they have at the sports track, but there aren't any.
Rin sure is quick to recruit my help, as was Shizune. Really makes me feel that the festival is such a big project that every pair of hands is needed. And lack thereof, sometimes. Why not? Not really sure if I could be of any help, though.
It's just mixing some paints. You can do that, probably. Do you have motor control problems? Like, you know, those people who have some? Cerebral palsy, maybe?
Not that I know of.
I get it. Heart thingy has nothing to do with that.
She gives me a sly look for no reason. No, it doesn't.
Let's do it then.
Right here? So she sits on an empty wooden box and very naturally picks up a wide brush between the toes of her bare right foot. I open a few of the cans and pour some of the contents into shallow bowls for mixing. The thick paints flow lazily from the can to the bowl like syrup. I mix them, creating funny, hypnotic-looking swirl patterns that melt quickly into each other to form a new monotone hue. Rin sets to work, every now and then asking me for a hand with something or the other. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to be the exact tone the girl is apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. She wants precision down to the last milliliter before she is satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at best.
Add half a splash of green.
I crouch down to pick up the can of bright green.
The other green. This green.
I carefully pour some of the other green paint into the mixing bowl.
No, that's almost a whole splash. More white. Is green a good color to add?
No idea, you're the artist here. A hint of a smile appears in the corners of her mouth.
Do you lack an opinion?
No, it's just that I have no idea.
It's okay, because I just got an idea. Add more white.
With his exclamation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. It looks slightly whiter.
That's not good. It has to be like the color when you wake up and you know that you saw the meaning of life in your dream but can't remember it. Maybe it's yellow.
Despite the impossibility of mixing a color like the change of seasons or any other nonsense that's being imposed on me, I find myself enjoying it more than I thought I would. Seeing a painting being born on the plastered wall feels like magic. I spend the moments I have between mixing paints crouching down on the paving and just looking at her work. It feels slightly intrusive at first, like breaking some imaginary intimacy, but Rin doesn't seem to mind the least bit. Maybe it's just in my head. Her entire presence emits a completely different air as she patiently works the details, adding layers of paint on top of other layers of paint, steadily moving her foot across the wall to add new shapes. When I manage to produce a passable mixture of paint, the rare smile on her face is oddly rewarding. Apart from the few words when discussing paint mixes, neither of us says a word for the longest time. And even those short discussions soon evolve into a shorthand, both of us developing and using weird impromptu code words for various paints and hues. As if there was some need to conserve words and breath and sound. We stay there late into the evening until it becomes too dark to paint properly.
Did we get roped into tagging something?
No,
We're
she
hel-
was making it as part of the festival.
Yeah. Alright, apparently that was the end of the day, so we're gonna be ending there because that was the plan anyway.
New day. We didn't get jump scared by Kenji on the way home.
We went way too long.
Yeah, I did not expect it to do that.
We've
But
gone
hey-
longer than this before.
Yeah, but I'm back at work now, Tim. I have to get up before 4 in the morning.
Alright.
Well, now that we've met the girls, whew,
Is this going to be another one and done where you just play on your own, or do we keep doing with this?
we're gonna keep going with this.
Okay.
How long
How
of a
many-
game is it?
There's 4 acts, and we're not done with Act 1 yet.
God, all right.
Yeah, but the first act is like actually choosing the girl, I assume. So I imagine it's not gonna
There's-
be too long. It's a visual novel.
Yeah, but they did work on this for 5 years.
True. All right.
It's going to be it's going to be probably a little longer than your typical visual novel.
Yeah, but still not too long, I imagine. All right. We're ending off there. So tomorrow we're going to be doing Fire Emblem Awakening because we did not do that yesterday because I had sleep troubles. And then Friday, we're getting back to Secrets of Grindia with checking out the roguelike arcade mode.
Yeah. Jiro's busy every weekday this month, so who knows if we'll ever get a Pokemon session in.
I might try to squeeze one in on a Sunday at some point if people are up for that.
I mean, I'd be fine with it.
All right. That's going to end that off. Farewell, everyone.